And when I say really, really, really old cards, I mean really, really, really old cards. I'm going to start off at the start of the game. Where am I hearing this from? Oh no, is it picking up another mic? There, let's see if that works. I am very confused. It was not doing this before. Oh, shoot. This is what happens when you update software and you're not expecting additional changes. Now I know where I'm hearing it from. Okay, never mind. I'm good. Nah, we're good. Alright. So, let's start off with, I'm going to say the 10 worst cards. Well, let's go for like 20 worst cards. 10 if it's a small enough set. Pardon me. The 10 to 20 worst cards in each set for each color. And let's see if any of them are actually useful somewhere. So, surprise, surprise, we've come back to Scryfall because Scryfall has got a great ability to be able to show, hey, by the way, you know, here's the cards that we're talking about. Alright, so the laces in general are just not useful. If you want this ability at all, there's much better cards. There's Painter's Servant. If you're willing to go with, if you're willing to go into blue, you've got Shifting Sky. Now, Pure Lace will affect spells, which a lot of cards that will change something's color don't actually do. So, but you've got Blind Seer, which will do the same thing. 8.5 tails will turn something white. Ursat's gnomes will turn something colorless. Illusion from illusion and reality will turn something the color of your choice. Moonlace will make it any permanent. Moonlace actually takes the other 5 laces and throws them onto a single card, and then makes it colorless. We can pretty much rule out the laces because there are much better cards. Guardian Angel, damage prevention usually is not great. No, okay. Damage prevention usually is not great. But one thing that puts Guardian Angel above other effects is that it not only prevents some amount of damage to one target, it also says, hey, by the way, if you need to prevent more damage later, you can just pay extra mana. So you could Guardian Angel for 0, prevent damage to this target. You don't prevent any damage. But then anytime damage needs to be prevented, you can just go, oh, okay, I'll pay 1. I'll pay 1. I'll pay 1. Oh, I need to prevent 5 damage? Okay, I'll tap 5. And just do that all at once. So this is a very unusual card that if you are in the mood for a damage prevention effect, you know, if that's a sort of effect that you actually need, Guardian Angel is not bad. Personal Incarnation. Really, really, really weird card. It's a 6 mana 6/6. And its abilities only affect whoever owns it. Not whoever controls it, whoever owns it. So, the owner can basically redirect damage that would be dealt to it to themselves instead. And when it dies, you lose half your, the owner loses half their life total. I have trouble finding a good place for this. But if you're looking for a deck that reduces your life total, you know, dropping this in play and sacrificing it to some effect like Greater Good, for example, would, you know, might give you a reason to do it. Farmstead, basically, you pay 2 white on your upkeep to keep it around. Oh, sorry. On your upkeep, you can pay 2 white to gain a life. Only if life gain and and the fact that it's an enchantment are important. Although I will also point out, it does give you 3 devotion to white. Lands, there's better cards for lands. Um, uh, whoops. There are 6 cards that give first strike. Cartouche's Solidarity does the exact same thing, but additionally gives +1/+1 and makes a soldier. Hyena Umbra gives +1/+1 and totem armor. Ethereal Armor gives +1/+1 for each enchantment you control, which will include itself. So that's already 3 cards that do the same as lands but more. Zealous Conviction, if your opponent is if one of your opponents is sufficiently poisoned, will give first strike and a net of +2/+1, and it's got flash. Military Discipline is the only one that's a maybe because that's +1/+0 and first strike until end of turn. So I'd probably pass on that if I'm looking for first strike on a 1 mana aura. But the other 4 perfectly viable. I don't think I would be playing lands in that. Give me a moment. Damn it. Alright. There we are. Semite Healer. Again, if you're looking at damage prevention, see, damage prevention used to be a very big thing in earlier Magic. Release date. But the last time we actually had a new card that prevented damage was Healing Grace in Dominaria in 2018. So that's like 7 years ago. prior to that, we're looking at Hold at Bay and Acolyte's Reward from Born of the Gods, which was 2014, which is over 10 years ago. So it's been a very long time since we've actually seen damage prevention. But this was the this was the starting point of white getting the consistent ability to prevent damage. So, if it's a thing you're looking for, I think Samite Healer is perfectly serviceable. Actually, uh, for 2 mana, Abuna Acolyte, I would probably run that first, because it's the exact same with an additional ability to prevent 2 damage. Vengeful Archon, if you want to go high up the scale, you've got a 7 mana creature for 7 mana, a 7 mana 7/7 creature. But damage that it prevents can be redirected elsewhere. Beyond that, Kithkin Healer, maybe. Yeah, it's not really a thing that's damage reduction is generally better than damage prevention. But if you're in the market for damage prevention, Samite Healer is probably in your top 3 for early drops. Veteran Bodyguard, on the other hand, which a lot of people back in the day... Oh yeah, here's the other fun bit. Samite Healer got the nickname Owl. And I'll explain why when I get to blue. But Veteran Bodyguard, we always thought, well, my local group anyway, always thought he, at least at that point, vaguely resembled, keep in mind this is 1993, we're talking about 30 years ago, vaguely resembled some portrayals of like Arnold Schwarzenegger, who was a bodybuilder before, going into acting. And he will take any damage. Like, creatures are attacking and, not blocked, he will take it all. And in fact, back in the day, you could get away with, say, Veteran Bodyguard with regeneration on it from one effect or another. Nowadays, it would probably be making him indestructible one way or another. And just not care about people attacking with creatures because you just plow right into you. Hilariously, he actually had a creature type, summon bodyguard, because back in the day, we didn't have this race plus class thing going on that you see from like Dungeons and Dragons and other stuff, where it's like, your race being your species basically, and your class being your occupation. No, they just took, because it was a new game and they didn't know how long it was going to last at that point. and they just rolled it all into one. It's kind of like very early versions of Dungeons and Dragons. I think we're looking at when it was still called Dungeons and Dragons, and they hadn't even hit Advanced D&D yet, um, which also was in the 70s. You know, you could play a fighter or a wizard or a thief or an elf or a dwarf, and those were different classes. So when you're looking at Alpha, Beta, Unlimited, the idea is that a dwarf, which at that point was, no, this is what I do. It's not just who I am, but it's also what I do. Was basically a fighter thief, if memory serves me right. And an elf was basically like a fighter wizard. Yeah. Um, they basically took that idea and said, hey, by the way, we're going to, one creature has one creature type. Okay. So it was a bodyguard, which I think. I feel like if they were to apply modern, like the creature types that exist nowadays, and give Veteran Bodyguard a creature type, he would probably be a mercenary. That seems to make the most sense to. That seems to make the most logical sense to me. Because it's somebody that you hire to protect you. But yeah, I would have no problem running Veteran Bodyguard in a commander deck nowadays. It's just unfortunately one of those cards that I forget exists. But Veteran Bodyguard, I think would be, when I start looking at really old cards, I think would be on the list. And just for frame of reference, up until 10th edition inclusive, every core set, so Alpha, Beta, Unlimited, Revised, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, were just reprints. We didn't start getting new cards, ignoring Alpha, in a core set until Magic 2010. So when I start going through these lists, I'm going to be ignoring all the core sets until M10 after this. But Veteran Bodyguard, I would have no problem playing him. Hilariously, he's creature type human. So there's a few ways you could do this. You could put him in a human deck. Hilariously, you could also throw him into a deck let me throw up one of my deck lists real quick. Whoops. I am dumb. I know where I can find you and share you quickly. You. This is my Essica Gaza Tree Commander deck. This is my 3 tickets to the zoo, please. And the plan for every card in this deck is that everything has a animal type. If you take a look, apart from Essica herself, bird, dinosaur, elephant, cat, otter, whale, swamp mosquito is now an insect. Cobra is going to be a snake. That's also going to be a snake. Viper is probably also a snake. Yep. Unsurprisingly. Pit scorpion is, surprise, surprise, a scorpion. Whoops. Blight widow is a spider. Dinosaur, insect, dog, elephant, goat, dinosaur, bird, badger, cat, lots of dinosaurs. Starfish might be a fish. Nope, starfish. Actually kept its creature type. I am amused and bemused by it. Spider, boar, insect. Are you actually something? No, you're just insect. Spider, badger, ape, spider, dinosaur. Crab. Are you actually a crab? Yes, you're actually a crab. The difference between printed wording from old cards and what they are now. Oh, there's a crab here. Okay. Whale, bat, apes. Are you a gorilla now? No, you're a monkey. Spider, dog, elephant, elephant, dinosaur, and insect. It's not till you get to this point where you start seeing other types. But legendary creature, wolf. Fox, dinosaur, spider. Did I give you a different type? Nope. You're a hippo. Birds. Insect. Pardon me. And the reason I bring this up is because this particular deck was based around a thematic idea, which in this case was everything being an animal. So, why do I bring this up with Veteran Bodyguard? The reason I bring this up with Veteran Bodyguard is because if you take a look, it's creature type human. It's not human soldier, it's not human mercenary, it's not human whatever, it's just human. So at which point I start to wonder, how many cards are there in the game that have a single creature type where you expect there to be a class as well, but doesn't have one? Or, hilariously, oh, not nameless one. Nameless race. Which, if you take a look, this is the current Oracle text. Creature type. It's a creature. It has no creature type. Even nameless one. It's a individual that doesn't have a name. But Wizard Avatar, it still has a type. Nameless race has no creature type. 2007. This currently has no creature type. It's nameless. Which hilariously also means that it cannot share a creature type with anybody else unless something gives it one. But yeah, Let's see how many creatures we can find that are elves or dwarves or this or that or whatever that could have a race and a class, but only have a race. I think that would be, sorry, a tribal type. Sorry, a kindred type. I hate that word. Anyway, that's a me thing. I understand the reasoning. I don't exactly disagree with the reasoning. I think it would have been fine the way it was. But that's me. Anyway, Veteran Bodyguard, I think is still eminently playable in current Commander. Conversion. If you don't want to muck around, if you really want to give people a headache, play Conversion combined with Blood Moon. I believe the interaction is Blood Moon turns all non-basic lands into mountains. Conversion then takes a look at the mountains and turns them into plains. So all non-basic lands become plains. All basic mountains are now essentially plateaus that just have the name mountain instead. I believe that is how that works. So if you really want to muck around with color changing and stuff like that, do that. White ward. There's a ward for each of the 5 colors, plus I believe there's also an artifact ward. This is going to end up in the same kind of situation that Pure Lace did and Lance did, that there are other cards that do the same thing. Actually, Shone Mano's Blessing does the same thing as the other words. Flickering Ward does the same thing. It's just the Oracle text turned around and said, hey, by the way, you know, the effect doesn't remove this. Floating Shield, same idea. Again, you're going to find a lot of cards that do the same kind of effect. Or the same effect but better. For about the same cost. Although, to be fair, the monocolored ones are all 1 mana. It's only Flickering Ward that's also additionally 1 mana. Everything else is going to be more. So the words might possibly be... But the problem with the words is... It's very easy to turn around and stop your whatever from losing to whatever you need. If you're worried about a pyroclasm effect, for example, pyroclasm being basically a sweeper for cheap creatures. 2 damage to each creature for 2 mana. There's a couple of ways to get around that. One, because this is damage based, you can prevent the damage. There's I apologize, folks. Number one, you can prevent the damage. Anything from... Oh, shoot, did I leave it downstairs? I think I left it downstairs. Anything from... you know, there are damage reducing effects. I think it's Urza's armor that comes to mind. Yeah, if a source would deal damage to prevent one of that damage. So, similar effect. That would... Okay, whatever. So a similar effect to this that affects your creatures would work. You have effects like Prodigal, or not Prodigal Sorcerer, Semite Healer, and Guardian Angel that we talked about earlier. This deals 2 damage. So anything that gives your creatures additional toughness, let's say 2 points of additional toughness, if it's an X1, like Savannah Lions, is a 2-1, you put out anything that gives an extra 2 points of toughness, and suddenly now it's a 2-3 and it lives. So there's damage prevention. There's anything that guarantees toughness. There's preventing the source from dealing damage in the first place. You know, your typical like counter spells are your usual consideration there. But then you can find cards like Akroma's Memorial or Eldrazi Monument. And Akroma's Memorial, actually, where are you? You are here. You should be in this section. There it is. Chroma's Memorial, amongst other things, it's a 7-mana artifact that, amongst other things, gives protection from black and from red. Creatures you control have flying, first strike, vigilance, trample, haste, protection from black and from red. the various swords do the same sort of thing. Like Sword of X and Y, Sword of Fire and Ice, Sword of Hearth and Home, Sword of Truth and Justice, yada yada yada. Any sword that follows that, even the Sword of Dungeons and Dragons, if your group allows you to play it, does that sort of effect. And if you need it, and all the swords of X and Y, as well as the Chroma's Memorial, protect from 2 different colors. God damn it, I hate this cough. One of these days, it will die. Anyway. So, protection from a color. Protection from a color is nice. If you can get protection from 2 colors, so much the better. In fact, what were you called? Yeah, Mask of Long Grace. 1 white gives protection from black and from red. And again, if we go back to the discussion about laces, you drop this and then find a way to change whatever you're dealing with to another color. White ward in this context is probably the worst one because it rarely deals damage. Although hilariously, oh, here we are. Hilariously, I came up with this the other day. I came up with a mono white burn deck. And I tried to put as many white cards as I could that dealt damage. Cold Snap, Karma, Divine Reflection, Phyrexian Vindicator, basically this entire suite here, all redirect damage. Ication Javelineers, plus a handful of cards that proliferate, because you want to proliferate not just the counter here, but, you know, some of these other counters as well. Equal treatment. You combine that with, you know, Ication Javelineers or something of that nature, and it actually increases the damage. Fire and Brimstone can hit 2 players for 4 each. Ication Money Changer deals 3 damage to you when it comes into play, but you put a counter on it. At the beginning of your upkeep, you put another counter on it, and then you can sack it eventually during your upkeep for 1 life per counter that's on it. Suture Priest burns your opponent for getting creatures. Here's some way to give them extra creatures. I mean, it's not a great deck, but I went. It's a mono white burn deck. It's possible for white to burn out your opponent. It's really hard. I had to put some actual effort into that one, and it's not easy. Um, White is more likely to actually attack and block, or try to enchant your stuff. At which point, giving your stuff hexproof, basically hexproof and unblockable, is probably 80% of what White Ward would need to do. And actually, hexproof probably covers about 50%. Hexproof, unblockable, and indestructible is probably about 90% or 95% of what you need protection to do. And people already play cards that do those. So an effect like White Ward is not going to be easy to make use of. Although that being said, I mean, they're also not expensive cards. So compare that to like when I picked up a Chroma's Memorial, it was like 15 or yeah, about 15 Canadian. I think it was around 11 or 12 US at that point. It's now like 2.5 times as much. That is a pretty version. I am less interested in that one. It's interesting, but not my cup of tea. But, art is subjective. Um, Holy Armor. I think it's really easy to get. Like, Holy Armor, even compared to like a Glorious Anthem effect, I would probably run the Glorious Anthem effect first. Unless I really need to protect one specific creature. That being said, I think Holy Armor is in here to be like a counter to, say, Pestilence. I think we can pass on that though. Blaze of Glory. One white, instant. Cast only during combat before blockers are declared. Target creature defending player controls can block any number of creatures this turn. It blocks each attacking creature this turn of Fable. I don't care how many of you there are, I'm taking you all on. What? What? Yeah. Oh. Deals combat damage. Ah, crap. Yeah, this is one of those cards I would love to be able to play around with. If I have let's say I have a 7/7 creature, and I'm being attacked with 6/1/1s, I can go, cool. I cast this, I block all of them, they all die. I live. What? Yeah, I blocked them all. What? Yeah, I blocked them all. This is one of those cards I've always found interesting, and I I mean, apart from the fact that it's like 130 US for the most recent legal version, or, even at least, it's over 50 euros, regardless. Yeah. Um, I would not say no to this being in a deck. I'm actually, I would actually be quite happy throwing. Yeah, I'm just gonna block them all. What? Consecrate land. I think consecrate land is fine. If there's a land that you want protected from, like, if you expect people to be playing with strip mine or, ghost quarter or what have you, and you have one specific land that you really want to make sure stays around, I think consecrate land is probably fine. Your only other option is Darksteel Garrison that I can think of. Uh, if you have a Maze of Ith, you want to make sure it stays around, or something of that nature. I think Consecrate Land would be fine. Because Maze of Ith, and effects like that still see a decent amount of play. Gaia's Cradle effects, you know, anything of that nature. I think you're probably fine. Pearled Unicorn, forget it. Unless you're doing Unicorn Tribal. And even then, I doubt it would be good enough. I would prefer that. This is more or less a 1-3 that affects others as well. Would rather. Enters battlefield. Okay. Okay, that's kind of funny. Emil the Blessed. Pay 3 to flicker something. Bright Mirror. Tap up to one target creature when it comes into play. Gain life equals that creature's power. Celestial Unicorn. When you gain life, put +1 counter on Celestial Unicorn. So a 3-card combo. A 3-card mono unicorn combo. Yeah. When it attacks. Yeah, probably. Strictly better than Pearled Unicorn. 1 less mana, same size with lifelink. Yeah. I think Again, strictly better. It's got an extra point of toughness for the same cost. Yeah. Pearl Unicorn. Pearl Unicorn. No good reason to play it. The other four words, we covered them. Northern Paladin. Um, Definitely playable. Actually, definitely playable. People play enough black in Commander. I would say. I would presume that the color least likely to get attention is probably red. White, if it's not thematically important, is, I would presume, is pretty low on the scale and is more of a support color. I think black, blue, and green all get a lot of attention. I assume that in any given table, assuming you've got four people, I would assume that at least one of them is playing some amount of black. Quite not unreasonably, two people. And 4 mana 3/3 is still fine. It's not amazing, but it's still fine. It's still serviceable. Healing Salve, going back to the damage prevention thing. We saw there's better options. I would probably no, because when we were looking at Guardian Angel, we saw a healing salve that instead of being modal, it does both for the same cost. Animate Wall. Unless you only want to be affecting a specific creature. Although, hilariously, this can affect anything that's got Defender. If you've got something like not Birthing Bells, the other one. Wow, why can I not remember the name? Maskwood Nexus. If you've got something like Maskwood Nexus that turns around and says, hey, by the way, all my creatures have all creature types, that includes Wall. The big reason why this used to be at all a big deal was because that Wall's Defender used to not be a keyword. In fact, that wasn't, I believe, until the first trip to Kamigawa, which was, what, like 2004-ish, I think? Yeah, Champions of Kamigawa. Yeah, 2004. That is when we actually got the Defender keyword. Prior to that, it was just simply written that, this creature can't attack. I want to say it was around Onslaught era where they started trying to separate because prior to Onslaught prior to Odyssey for sure, Legend was a creature type, and Wall was a creature type, and both of them had rules that involved them. Walls couldn't attack, and eventually they turn around and they separate the type Wall and actually start putting on the card. This creature can't attack. And then during Kamigawa, they introduced the word defender so they could give defender to stuff that wasn't walls. And since then, anything that was printed as a wall had defender. But this wasn't something originally, this wasn't something that was on the card. This was something that was in the rules. And it made logical sense. Oh, it's a wall. Walls just stand there. They can't they don't attack. They block really well. Which is why Animate Wall was a thing. But if you've got a creature with defender that has gained the wall type somehow, whoops. Did I do a thing? Oh no, I'm good. That has gained the wall type somehow, then you could animate it. That being said, if you're looking to do something like that, there's a card called Rolling Stones. Wall creatures can attack as though they didn't have defender. Notice that in 8th edition, which came out, it was the last core set before Kamigawa, because you had 8th edition, then Mirrodin block came out, so Mirrodin, Darksteel, and 5th Dawn. And then Kamigawa block came out with Champions, Betrayers, and Saviors of Kamigawa. And somewhere around Betrayers and Saviors, we would have got 9th edition, I think. Either that or it was just after Saviors. No, I think it was just after Saviors. But you notice how it says walls may attack as though they weren't walls. That tells you that, and as opposed to the Oracle text, as though they didn't have defender. This means defender is an ability. This refers to the creature type. That means that walls inherently had defender by the time 8th was printed. So it took some time for them to separate the two. But yeah, if you're at all interested in something like that, for an extra mana, Rolling Stones affects all of them. But if there's only a couple in your deck that you might actually care about, then you might want to Animate Wall instead. Blessing. You know what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll go through the blessing and the circles of protection, then we'll call it for white. Blessing, I really like blessing. 2 white, and it doesn't do anything by itself. But for every white that you pump into it, it gives the creature that is enchanting +1 till end +1/+1 till end of turn, which is a lot. You know, it's not unreasonable that you'll give a creature, you spent 2 white on it, so it's not unreasonable that you can give a creature +2/+2 when you need to, or +1/+1 on my turn and then on your turn, or on his turn and her turn, or whatever. I think this is not unreasonable if you're building some kind of like a hexproof kind of deck. I think Blessing is actually a reasonable card to put into a deck like that. The only drawback, so to speak, is that you have to spend white mana to do it, which means you have to have enough white mana sources to support it. That shouldn't be hard. You know, if you're building a hexproof kind of deck that's involving white, which you probably are because you're probably loading up your creature with auras, you're already going to want stuff along the lines of Idyllic Tutor, or Auramancer gets enchantments back from your graveyard. Is it Heliod's Pilgrim I'm thinking of? There's a couple of cards that turn around and get auras out of your deck. There's like 3 or 4 at least that have a come into play ability that get an aura out of your deck. I think Blessing would be fine. You're gonna want whatchamacallit, the one that got banned in Pauper a year or 2 ago. I mean, you're gonna want all that glitters first and so forth. Oh no, Ethereal Armor. Ethereal Armor? No, Ethereal Armor is not banned, right? No, Ethereal Armor is legal. What's my god? It's all that glitters that got banned. What's the difference, realistically? An extra mana also affects your enchantments. Or, sorry, also counts your artifacts, rather. Does not give first strike. Okay. I think if you want like half a dozen or so white cards that can give a healthy sized pump that are cheap to cast, I think Blessing should at least be considered. If you're looking for stuff that gives abilities, Blessing is not on your radar at all. But if you want something that does something along the lines of giving your creature fire breathing, Blessing is really good because it affects both sides. As for the circles of protection, the circles of protection are going to run into a similar problem that the wards did. With the difference here being that these stop damage to you. There are cards that have a similar effect that do it a bit better. Story Circle is probably the number one that comes to mind. Greater Realm of Preservation. I which is actually a pretty affordable card. I am pleasantly surprised by that. You can pick up the 5th edition printing for like 20 cents, and the Legends printing is under $4. The activation cost is twice as much and requires colored mana. So if you look at the mana cost, it's the same. But the activation cost is, 2 mana, one of which has to be white. Compared to the Circles of Protection, they're all formatted the same. It's just replaced blue with black or green or red or white or artifacts. Because they eventually made that one too. So it's kind of 3 times as much to activate it. But affects, you know, but it's one card that can do 2 different colors at the same time. So I think the circles in general are a pass. The blue is probably the least relevant one in general. Because blue is the least likely to be dealing damage that you have to worry about. It's not impossible. It's just the least likely to do it. Um, I think I'll stop it there for white. Let's go blue. Phantasmal Forces. 4/1 flyer for 4 mana with an upkeep cost of 1 blue. I don't even think that if you're looking at that 4/1s, let me think here. Color equal blue, power equal 4, toughness equal 1, O flying. Oh, actually, mana value equal 4. Sort by toughness, going there. High Fate Trickster gives us a 4/2 for 4. Argent Sphinx, 4/3. Ethereal Whiskered Gill, 4/3. Longfin Skywell or her. And by the time we hit Brace Keeper, we get like 5 other cards. And then we start hitting 4/4s. In fact, only a few sets later, we got Phantasmal Forces. And then we got Illusionary Forces, which is the exact same card. But it's 4 toughness. Oh, it's got cumulative upkeep of a blue. Which means first upkeep after you've played it, you pay 1. The next one you pay 2. The next one you pay 3. The next one you pay 4. This is why it's cumulative upkeep. Living Tsunami would probably get played a lot because you can keep bouncing cards like Mystic Sanctuary, I think it's called, or, you know, Bujuka Bog, or, you know, a Lifeland or whatever. Where's Bouchin? It's beginning of upkeep unless you yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. Twining Twins. 4 mana for 4/4 Flying Vigilance, Ward 1 with an adventure side. Yeah. So, unless you've got a specific reason for playing Phantasmal Forces, maybe if you're playing Illusions. Maybe. But even then, I'd probably find other cards first. Water Elemental. Water Elemental is a fine vanilla creature. But I think even at that point, like, Air Elemental, instead of being a 5/4 for 5, you got a 4/4 flyer. Which isn't great, but it's still fine. If you're doing Elemental Tribal, you might look at it. If you're looking at Vanilla Tribal and you want, you know, and you're playing blue, you might give it a look. But power greater than 4 and color equal blue. Yeah. What if I go or toughness greater than 3? Sort by power. Sure. Descending. I would probably run that first. Water Elemental is actually up near the top. Okay. Interesting. Uh. Yeah. I think it's unlikely people would be playing Vanilla Tribal and being interested in blue very much. Phantom Monster. Hilarious thing about Phantom Monster, which is just a 3/3 flyer for 4, but only requires a single blue. It took a very, very long time for them to actually beat that, in my opinion. Rarity less than rare. Oh. It did get a common printing at some point. Power equal 3, toughness equal 3. Flying. Mana value of 4. Let's see if that works. Oh yeah, and color equal blue. Release date ascending. Oh, descending. Prefer oldest. Not reprint. Oh, okay. Alright, so Phantom Monster. Can get flying, can get flying, can get flying. It took until Augury Raven for us to actually, like, take Phantom Monster and do more. Anything more. And then we got Augury Raven, Genie Windseer, Sky Swimmer Koi, and Cold Case Cracker. It took, was this 21? Yeah. So it took like 28 years for them to, now to be fair, it was originally uncommon. But again, and we're not talking stuff that's got greater power or greater toughness or this or that. We're talking starting off with Phantom Monster itself. Gives anything flying. Bounce it back to hand when it's in combat. Enters the battlefield. Yeah, multi-kicker. So this is 2010. So that's 17 years for us to get something that was actually better than Phantom Monster. Like, same stats, same abilities as Phantom Monster, and did more at the same rarity. So, I am not completely unhappy with Phantom Monster, but there now are better cards. But if you're looking for specifically for illusions, it might be worth a thing. Sea Serpent got outclassed pretty early on. Not really a reason to play this, in my opinion, even back then. Even if I'm playing with giant ocean beasts, I might give this a pass. Feedback, on the other hand, a lot of people like playing with enchantments. Just go, hey, by the way, oh yeah, you know that Smothering Tithe you got? Take damage for it. What? Yeah, take damage for having Smothering Tithe in play every turn until you get rid of this thing. Or, whatchamacallit, Sphere Safety. Or, Arborea. The budget-friendly version of Moat. Or whatever. Volcanic Eruption. This is where I go here. I actually went... Come on. Thank you. I went and actually built a mono blue ramp deck that tries to feel like a green deck. I've already done a couple of tweaks to it. But one of the things that I put in there was volcanic eruption. Now, I did the fairer thing. And in my mana base, I have Unstable Frontier. Target land you control becomes the basic land type of your choice to end a turn. And the reason that is in there is because of volcanic eruption. 3 blue plus X, destroy X target mountains. Volcanic eruption deals 1 damage to each creature and player for each mountain put in the graveyard this way. So the reason Unstable Frontier is there, it's twofold. One, if there aren't any others. Yes, it's 4 mana and sack land to deal 1 damage to everybody and everything that's in play. Apart from planeswalkers and battles, because they didn't exist yet, but I digress. But it's a mono blue way to get rid of stuff. Number 2 is I look at these 2 cards as I don't want to just be punishing red. I am willing to sacrifice something of my own to be able to do this. If I have to target a specific person, I can do that. If things come down to it, I can target a specific person. But I'd rather spread it out a little bit and go, okay, well, I'll take this out of yours, and I'll take this out of yours, and I'll take this out of yours. And just to be fair, I'll tap this and target one of my own. And now we all get a land that's blown up. And everybody takes 4, and everything takes 4. So there is the rare deck. If you're looking for an interesting mass removal spell in a very odd color that doesn't just bounce stuff, I think Volcanic Eruption is actually worth looking into. That deck also runs Curse of the Swine and Phasing of Zalfir. Largely to get a bunch of threats off the board. It is unusual, but I mean it's under $1. You know, if you're going for revised or 4th edition. What are you? You are... Oh, you're FBB. And you're 4th. Okay. The heck are you? Oh, okay. So, I would, depending on the kind of deck that you're building, I would not say no to Volcanic Eruption. I think it's expensive, mana-wise, but I think it's fair. Power Leak. Power Leak is a bit like Feedback. It tries to deal 2 damage for 2 mana. but they can prevent some of that damage by paying mana into it. But I think if you're kitchen tabling a non-commander deck and you run 4 Parallax and 4 feedbacks, or if you go and play on Chandelar, 4 feedbacks, 4 Parallax on any of their enchantments, and they're just gonna crumple up and die. Creature Bond. But as far as commander is concerned, I wouldn't bother. Feedback, yes. Parallax, probably not. Creature Bond. When a enchant creature dies, Creature Bond deals damage equal to that creature's toughness to the creature's controller. What? Oh, nice, nice 210 you've got. Creature Bond. Okay. Somebody cast Wrath of God. Cool. That creature had 10 toughness, right? Yeah, take 10 damage now. What? Yeah. Yeah, that's what happens. Again, this is a card that I think probably should see more play than it does. In like depending on the kind of decks people are playing against. I think this is actually viable, and again, a card that was completely off my radar, because for that mono blue deck, because I completely forgot about even thinking about that kind of card, and just being able to, you know, your opponent's got a 2/4. Okay, I'll spend 2 mana and deal 4 damage. If this had flash, it would be insane. But I mean, that wasn't even an idea yet. Wall of Water. Remember what I was saying earlier about animate wall? This is one of those walls that you want to animate because it's got, well, fire breathing is for red mana. This is blue mana. I guess we call it water breathing. Yeah, it's a wall of water. 3 mana for 0/5. For every blue you pump into it, gets +1/+0 till end of turn. That is actually pretty strong. If you can find a way to make this attack, it's really good. Even as a blocker, it will jump in front of a lot, and it can dish out a lot of damage. I think if you are interested in building around walls specifically, as opposed to just, toughness matters. Although, in a toughness matters deck, this is 3 mana for, sure, it's got defender, but for 5/5 with, blue based fire breathing. I think it's worth a consideration. Merfolk of the Pearl Trident, not worth playing even in like a vanilla deck. I would just pass on this outright. Any deck that I can think of where this might be interesting, there's better options. Even in a vanilla deck, I would play Memnite before I played this. I would play, like, so many 0 drops I would play before this. Animate Artifact, on the other hand. I've crashed Chandelar a few times because of Animate Artifact. What? There's 2 different ways to play Chandelar. Chandelar, for those of you that don't know, is probably the first, to my recollection, the first way that you can play Magic the Gathering on your computer. It was an adventure style game, like, Legend of Zelda and whatever else. But to defeat various monsters and whatever else. And, you know, the end of mission bosses and the end of game boss. You had to play Magic against them using like 4th edition rules. It was a pretty fun game. This was designed for like Windows 95, I think. So you could play the way it was designed originally. Or people have occasionally put in effort to putting in more up-to-date rule sets and more up-to-date cards. That would be something that you could build off of what already existed. What happens if you animate Artifact in a Chroma's Memorial? You're now beating down with a 7/7 with a bunch of abilities. Yeah. I had it in the deck to in order to so because Chandelar cared less about like once you've got the hang of how Magic plays in general, it doesn't take long to learn things like if I have an artifact, well, if I have a creature and it's got like 2 or 3 enchantments on it, if I can get rid of that creature, I not only get rid of the creature, but all the enchantments that were on it. Chandelar is not that intelligent. It's a decent game, but it's not that intelligent. Either that or the decks that it plays commonly don't have ways to deal with an individual artifact. So, Time Vault. One of the most broken cards in the game. One of the Power 9. I'm going to hate myself for this, but let's go with this one. The TLDR of this card is that it doesn't untap normally. If you want to untap it, you have to skip your turn. And you tap it to take an extra turn. But there are ways to bypass the, having to skip a turn to untap it. And one of them, for Chandelar, if I take Time Vault and I cast Animate Artifact on it, well, it's now an artifact creature with power and toughness equal to its mana cost, or its mana value, which at that point, it's a 2 mana artifact, so it's now a 2/2 artifact creature. So that I can tap to take an extra turn, but I have to skip turns to untap it, unless I throw a fun card like Instill Energy on it. Which allows me, once each turn, for no additional cost other than the cost of the enchantment initially, which is like 1 green, untap target creature, untap enchant creature. So I put those two enchantments on the same artifact, on my time vault, and I can just untap it on my turn and then tap it again to take a next turn. So basically what you want to do is you want to spend one turn to untap it. And then tap it later, tap it on a future turn, and then use the unstill energy to untap it so it's already untapped on your first free turn. So yes, infinite turn combo. I then had enough because I had the newer version of Chandelar. I had a Chroma's Memorial in there. And I threw a couple of copies of Chroma's Memorial in there so I'd have something else fun to animate. And Colossus Astardia as additional things to throw instill energy on it so I could untap it for free instead of having to pay 9 mana to untap it. Animate Artifact I think would work well, would probably be fine in some decks, but you'd have to go through, you'd basically have to be already dealing with Karn Silver Golem, and Karn the Great Creator. Actually, you'd have to find your way down a few cards first. But a lot of them only do it until end of turn. So Animate Artifact might actually be on the short list of stuff that can animate it permanently. So it might actually be worth considering if you're looking at taking it's kind of like the discussion about Animate Wall. If there's only a handful of artifacts that you want to be able to animate, then it might be worth considering. But otherwise, there's better cards for that effect. Psychic Venom. One of those cards that back in the day got really silly. Like you throw two of these on a single land. You throw two on a land. And now they're taking 4 damage just for tapping it for mana. And that adds up real fast. I would not be adverse to throw... Again, another one of those cards that I completely forget exists. And here's the thing. It doesn't even say becomes tapped for mana. It just says becomes tapped. You throw this on a Maze of Ith. What was that? Waking Wind Waker Link. That was a mouthful of a username. I'm afraid to ask where your username came from. I do apologize for this cough. I have had this particular cough for probably like 3 or 4 weeks now. I'm trying to get over it. It doesn't want to run away. Okay. Yeah, I never did get into Zelda. I think my biggest problem in that context I did not grow up around consoles. Well, let me rephrase that. I had friends that had consoles. We never had one in our family. Um, I grew up around, if you're at all familiar with like Commodore 64 era, um, yeah, we're talking a really, yep. I grew up around stuff like that. And so, but we didn't have a Commodore 64, although my brother eventually ended up getting one. We got a Radio Shack had their own computer series at that point, and we ended up doing that instead. Um, so I didn't. I think the first consoles that I got that was actually mine was only a few years ago, and it was like a second or third hand Xbox 360. Oh, Darkness? Yeah, I have a story about that card. Although I'm going to cheat and I'm going to go to this one. So, Fog in Black. My. This is probably going, oh god, 15 years ago? When was 2006? Okay, so this would have been 2007 this happened. So 18 years ago. I was at a Grand Prix trial. Um, you win the Grand Prix trial and you turn around and go, hey, by the way, I get to, I get free entry to the Grand Prix that this feeds into, and I get, some number of buys for the first couple of rounds. And there was I used to hang out in a chat room for people that played Vintage. And one of the most popular decks that I'd heard about at that point was called Keeper, also known as the deck. It was a 5-color control deck. I decided I wanted to try and emulate that for the Grand Prix trial. And a friend of mine that I'd been chatting with every so often convinced me to run a 61st card that nobody would expect. And he convinced me to throw Darkness into the deck. I didn't do well at that event. But I did manage to get a couple people because they were not expecting a black fog to suddenly show up. Whoops. But I did manage to really annoy one of my opponents by having these two cards in play at the same time. Relevant text on the first card is my creatures have protection from black, which amongst other things means they cannot be targeted by black sources. Magus of the Abyss says at the beginning of each player's upkeep, destroy target non-artifact creature that player controls of their choice. So here I am with a fourth, here I am telling my opponent, hey, by the way, you have to, you have to blow up one of your own creatures every turn. You're like, okay. And then I'm like, he's expecting me to do the same thing, and I turn around and say, I can't. What do you mean you can't? I can't. My creatures have protection from black. Magus of the Abyss is a black source that targets. I cannot legally choose any of my creatures as a target for the Magus's ability because I have a Chroma's Memorial in play. Oh, he was mad. You ever seen that meme with that guy playing Magic and flipping the table? I swear he was like 6 inches away from doing that. He was mad. Yeah, yeah. He was not happy when the judge basically turned around and said, "Yeah, he's that's how it works." Oh yeah, and Life Force. Um, I've I like making all sorts of weird decks. In fact, if you go to, let's see here. Son of a crap. It's gonna do it again. Okay. That does do what I wanted it to. That link will get you to this page. This is a bunch of decks that I either so I'm planning on building a commander deck for each color and color combination. And some of these are just weird because, like, for example, my mono blue deck thinks it's a green deck. It tries to ramp the way a green deck does. On the other hand, my mono green deck is a control deck that thinks it's an Esper control deck, and it even beats down with flying creatures. I don't remember if I actually did, but I do know I was strongly considering putting Life Force in Dosan. In fact, if you go the blue deck here, the Sada Adele. Oh yeah, I don't have to say in progress anymore. There. One of the cards that's in here is that, because I'm currently going through the list of what's in Unlimited, that's interesting. Yeah, I'm running Volcanic Eruption in it. Actually, let me go back to Visual Spoiler. There, I'm running Volcanic Eruption because, yep, Death Grip. Oh yeah, trust me, when I started playing, Revised was the most current set. Legends was about to come out. Yeah, there's a lot of really weird old cards. Um, but yeah, volcanic eruption is one of those cards I think needs to see more play. It's just people logically don't expect blue to have mass removal outside of bounds. And it does have some small amount of non-bounce mass removal. Volcanic eruption, I think, probably works best when you can ensure more people um, whatchamacallit, have mountains in play. But I turn around and I mitigate that. If you look down towards the bottom of my mana base for the blue deck, you'll see Unstable Frontier. Which means in the absolute worst case scenario, I can pay 4 mana and sack one of my lands to deal 1 damage to all creatures and all players. It's not great, but you're also playing blue. What do you want for mass removal? That being said, I'm also running Phasing of Zephyr, which on Chapter 3 basically blows up all creatures and gives them what was it, like a 2/2 Phyrexian Horror instead, I think, for each one. And Curse of the Swine, which turns X target creatures, basically exile X target creatures, and they get 2/2 um they get 2/2 boars instead for each one. But yes, Darkness is definitely one of those cards that is not irregularly on my radar. It's one of those cards that's like, oh yeah, there's also that. But yeah, Psychic Venom is also one of those cards that I think, like I was saying before, that I think should see more play. It's hilarious. I mean, I was already thinking about what happens if you throw it on Maze of Ith, which a lot of people like to play with. And then they have to find a way to deal with that, or keep taking damage every time they want to prevent something from hitting them in combat. If you throw it on a City of Brass, now instead of taking 1 damage, they're taking 3. Same with, what's the other one? Mana Confluence, which is 2 damage plus a life, so they're getting pinged for at least 3. Yeah, yeah. Gaia's Cradle or any land with a similar effect. Because there's even some of the. Oh, what's the one that's in Ixalan? Um. Oh. Growing Rights of Itlamok. Yeah, throw it on a Dryad Arbor, and then find a way to force the Dryad Arbor to have to attack. Wait, what? Yeah. But, yeah. Air Elemental, I really don't see. Like, I'm. So currently I'm going through what's in Unlimited. Going through not all of the old cards, but like, according to EDH Rec, the, you know, the worst cards in each color. And I'd already done Water Elemental, and I'd rather have Air Elemental. I lose a point of power, but I gain flying. The funny thing is, uh, yeah, but that's also because. Oh, thought. Are you saying Thought Lash or Thought Lace? Whoops. Helps if I throw the T in there. Orvar. I don't remember Orvar. Which one are you? Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery. Oh, did you mean Thought Lace? The one that makes the thing blue? The problem with Thought Lace specifically is there are better cards even at the same cost for that effect. In fact, if you were in earlier, I kind of covered that when I was going through white because I went through white first. So we hit up Pure Lace. Sure, sure. No, I completely get that. uh, sort by sort by color. Oh yeah, like Moon Lace, Prismatic Lace, um, you've already got these two at that cost. Blind Seer. Orvar didn't care if it was a spell, did it? Oh no, instant or sorcery. Okay. So it has to be an instant or sorcery. Uh, Argent Mutation, maybe. Moonlace, Prismatic Lace, like you said, Vim of Wrath. Um, Thermal Flux would also work. So there's already at least 3 blue cards. Right there. What does Vim of Wrath say? Oh, change the text. Yeah. Yeah, so there's there's a lot of cards that you could use before you even have to worry about running Thought Lace. Yeah. Oh, especially if you've got anything to reduce the cost on it. Um, what's his name? Oh, the blue guy. Yes, Baral. Yes. Compliance, not complaints. Although there's probably enough complaints when he shows up. But that's a different problem. But yeah, you run Baral, you run like Helm of Obedience, not Helm of Obedience, Helm of no, was it Helm of Obedience? But like there's probably half a dozen cards that you can run in mono blue to reduce costs. Um, Sapphire Medallion. You can get it down to the point where it's just pay a blue, blue colon, you know, Whim of Volrath with buyback. So I'm not saying right, I'm not saying wrong, I'm saying this is how I see it. Um yep, yep. um but yeah, air elemental I would skip on. Jump again. The the, the, the problem with jump is flight is also in the same set. And so unless you're specifically looking for it to be an instant, flight is in the same set. Why did they print both? Like they're even the same rarity. Why? Phantasmal Train. Phantasmal Train is actually decent for. I don't want you to have that land being what it says it is. I want it to be something else. I'm going to turn your Maze of Ith into a forest. Actually, forest and swamp are bad examples because now we've got Urborg Tome of Yawgmoth and Yavimaya Cradle of Growth. Which, contrary to popular belief, do not have to go into decks of that color specifically. In fact, if you take a look at my mono green or my mono blue list, I have Yavimaya Cradle of Growth in there. So that I have a way to gain life because Yavimaya is a land. And lands by default don't have a color identity unless something gives them one. It turns all lands into forests, but color identity cares about the cost that's in the top right corner and any mana symbols that are in the text box, as well as any color identity symbols. Yeah, I don't play that cruel. I don't play that. I don't play that cruel unless I absolutely have to. um, but yeah, so I put Yavimaya in the blue deck so I can combine it with Life Tap, which is another one of those weird cards that people don't know exist. Whenever a forest an opponent controls becomes tapped, you gain 1 life. So now suddenly I have I have a way that's legal in mono blue to gain life. Although, mine looks more like this. I then figure if I'm doing things this way, because I am not doing, because I'm not playing the way blue normally plays in that deck, I have, yeah, I have this in there. Well of Lost Dreams, which says that whenever I gain life, I can pay any amount of mana up to the amount of life I just gained to draw that many cards. I have very little card draw in that deck on purpose because I'm trying not to play it like a blue deck. But yeah, Phantasmal Train, I would have no problem with somebody playing that card just to shut down. No, you cannot have that land to do what you want it to do. It is now this. You now have a plains. What? I'm not playing white. Don't care. It's now a plains. Your Maze of Ith is now a plains. Your tapped strip mine is, now it's now a mountain. It's even funnier when it's even funnier when it's the types that they're not playing. Mahamadi Jin. Again, just another creature that's been outclassed by so many things. It's a 6 mana 5/6 flying. We could probably do better than that now. Power equals 5. Toughness equals 6. Value 6. 14 cards. Elagath is the same, but does more. Shimmer Dragon is the same, but does more. Sibilant Spirit. Sibilant Spirit, depending on the kind of deck you're playing, mate, may actually be better. Sphinx of the Chimes does the same but more. Same but more for 1,000 Winds. Zahid basically reduces your... Oh my god. With a cheaper way to cast it. And Zanam Jin, out of this cycle, just might be the best one. Because blue was least likely to actually have permanence in play. Magical Hack. Again, this goes back to the Whim of Volrath discussion. You want something that... Because all of this really does for most decks is I am a cheap spell that targets my creature. You have Whim of Volrath, or you have, this big swath of other stuff that targets. That's an instant or sorcery, and don't care. Flight, probably. Flight, I know, has been outclassed. Is it Curious Obsession that I'm thinking of that's basically the same, but better? No, it's not Curious Obsession. What's the one I'm thinking of? Arcane Flight? Yeah, Arcane Flight. The Tellurian Academies are known for their magical research, powerful sorcerers, and accidental destruction of ecosystems. Yeah, also, if you're playing blue, you know, and you need to give your creatures flying, Wonder works well, wonders. You probably have some islands in play already. Psionic Blast was a card I planned on putting into my mono blue deck, and I completely forgot. And I've already built the deck, and so now I'm going, I have to try and find a home for it. And when I say I built it, I mean I physically built it. I'll be right back. There we go. And I think I may have grabbed an incorrect. Oh, no. I think this is. Nope, this is one of them. These are some of the decks that I have that are on that list. I think this might be all the ones I've got marked as yes. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, no, sorry. As built, rather. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So, this box here is my box of decks that are commons only. I have mono white, mono blue, mono black, mono red, and mono brown built so far. That's in this box. This is my mono white. Every combo that I could think of. No, I am not going to play with Elish Norn and whatchamacallit, to make everything, to make all lands come into play dead. I'm not going to do that. I'm not that mean, cruel, and vicious. This is my Dosan deck. And I know I was considering throwing Life Force in here. Did I actually do it or no? I did manage to get my hands on Azuri's Predation though, because that's always fun. The idea for this deck, well, there were 2 or 3 things going on with this deck. One was if I could find a green card to do a thing, I would take the green card before I took an artifact. And the other thing is, oh yeah, I also have Primal Order in here. Whoops. Blah. Which deals damage to each player on their turn, equal number of non-basics they have. And I've also got something like 24ths in here. Oh, yep. I have Life Force. Because it's a green card that counters spells. And yeah, and I want to be done with flying creatures. And it's a green deck. This one. This was all sorts of fun to come up with. Because this is Zera Aryan. It's a Jund Reanimator deck. But it's a Jund Reanimator deck with some interesting cards in here because I insisted on throwing an interesting wrench into the mix. I had to have at least 3 cards that started with each letter of the alphabet. So I had to have at least 3 cards that started with A, 3 that start with B, 3 that start with C, and all the way down to Z. S is overrepresented, but that's a little easy to figure out. You did not go back in like you were supposed to. And then this one. This is my mono blue ramp deck. And it kind of feels like a green deck. It kind of feels like a green deck because I keep fetching lands out and I have creatures that tap for mana and stuff like that. And I'm going to grab one of these things before I continue on. But yeah. But yeah, Psionic Blast was supposed to go in here, and I completely forgot about. And there were a couple other similar cards that I meant to throw in. And completely forgot. Wait, what? The Player's Reward card is like really cheap? I'm going to have to make a note of that. But yeah, if you're looking for removal to get a decent sized creature, not a big creature, but a decent sized creature off the board, and actually, kill it, not just bounce it, Psionic Blast is pretty serviceable. Life tap, again, you need to go back to, you need, you got one of two options. you can assume, not unreasonably, that somebody at the table is going to be playing green. Or you can combine it with Yavimaya Cradle of Growth, as I do in here, and say, hey, by the way, I'm going to gain like 8 or 10 life a turn cycle. If you want an interesting way to gain a healthy amount of life every turn, life tap plus Urborg, or not Urborg, Yavimaya Cradle of Growth is a lot of life gain, and you can play that in mono blue. Siren's Call. The person whose turn you cast it on has to attack. You have to cast this before they can declare attackers. They have to attack with everything they can. Anything that they don't gets destroyed. This is actually probably like a targeted like half wrath. I would say this is, I mean, again, this is probably a card that should at least have been considered for that deck. And I completely missed the boat on it. It is a, it is a reasonable card. Like, if somebody is hesitant to attack, this turns around and goes, and being hesitant to attack because you're a new player is one thing. We're talking people like, if you ever watch MTG Goldfish and watch Commander Clash, Phil and Seth, I've noticed, tend to be pretty hesitant to actually turn around and attack. This can turn around and force that player. You know what? You've got a bunch of creatures. I don't care why. I don't care who. You're attacking this turn. You have to attack with everybody that you can. So, I think Siren's Call, again, is one of those cards that probably should see more play than already does. Spell Blast. I don't think Spell Blast is really worth it in general in Commander, because a lot of the spells that you want to stop, 4, 5, 6 mana, you're not really stopping, Moxen and so, well, Moxen might be a bit of a misnomer, but, zero casting cost spells, you're not really stopping them. You're not really stopping Soul Rings or, let's be honest, Ragavans. At which point, Counterspell itself just ends up being better. Arcane Denial is better. prohibit counters anything that's 2 or less. If you kick it 4 or less, you know, there's just so much better options than Spell Blast. Unless you are playing, what? Unless you're playing like, no, even if you're playing like pre-modern or old school or something like that, there are much better options than Spell Blast. Pirate ship in a pirate tribal deck, maybe. You know, attack a few times for 4, and then just sit back and ping people. You know, throw grape shot at them. But I think even in a pirate tribal deck, you're probably. Yeah, I don't know. Do you have better options? Broadside bombardiers, possibly. Clint Horn Buccaneer, conceivably better. Lightning Crew rigging. Yeah. Sorry, Lightning Rig Crew would be better. Yeah. I'd say there's maybe 2 cards that I would play ahead of Pirate Ship if I'm looking at something that pings for damage. So, okay. Possibly, conceivably, Pirate Ship might actually make the cut. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Sleight of Mind, again, see Magical Hack, i.e., see the Whim of Wrath discussion. Steel Artifact. If you're wanting to play Control Magic, you should at least be considering playing Steel Artifact. Similar thing, it's just it affects artifacts instead of creatures. And blue has the ability to turn anything into an artifact. Or everything into an artifact. Much more easily, probably, than it can turn stuff into creatures. You know, if at worst, you know, if you're stealing somebody's Gilded Lotus, you're basically looking at paying. You're basically getting not Worn Power Stone, Thran Dynamo that can tap for colored mana, but you paid colored mana to cast it, so it evens out. So if you're looking at something like, but you also spent 4 mana, not 5. So if you're looking at something that's, you know, comparable to that, you know, plus artifacts, you can steal, you can steal artifact creatures. You can steal artifacts. You can steal equipment. You can steal, rarely, but you can steal vehicles. Because let's be honest, vehicles don't see a lot of play. In fact, there's a new card in Ether Drift that is a legendary artifact creature equipment. And you're like, wait, what? Ether Drift. Boop. Whoops. Yeah, good enough. The Ether Spark. Without any extra help, this is a planeswalker that you can steal. What? It's a legendary artifact, so it's a planeswalker, so of course it's also got the legendary type. Because they're all legendary. All planeswalkers are legendary. So because the rules for planeswalkers and the rules for legends, legendary permanents, there was so much overlap. They finally decided to turn around and say, let's just make planeswalkers legendary and simplify everything, and then we just have, the rules for legendary stuff and then specific rules that affect only planeswalkers, i.e. things like they can be attacked and whatever. So it's a planeswalker. That's also no equipment. Hilariously, this is also going to be a planeswalker that does not have a planeswalker type. I think we've seen that once before. But this is a planeswalker that you can steal because you now have a legendary artifact planeswalker equipment. Actually, give me one moment, please. I need to do a thing. Whoops. No, that's right. I need to do a thing real quick. This. There. Had to pass a message on to somebody real quick about Steel Artifact. I expect this to go up over the next little bit, at least until Ether Drift has been out for a little bit. Drain power. Again, in my mono blue deck, as basically a ritual effect. I I basically tap all your lands for mana. And then that mana goes into my mana pool, not yours. And I know some people are going, what's a mana pool? Because that's not a phrase that has been used in Magic for quite a while. Like, not a huge while, maybe 5 years? I don't know, maybe longer. But it's been a while. When you tap something for mana, that mana doesn't just, doesn't just go from I tap a land and it's immediately spent on something. That land or whatever you're using to produce mana goes into your mana pool. It's like if you go to probably the easiest examples of I can think of is if you want to pay for something at a store and they've got a bank machine there. You go to the machine, you take the money out, and then you go to the cashier and you make your purchase. I tap the land for mana. It goes into my mana pool, which is where it sits until it's spent on something. And then it gets spent on whatever I'm using it on. If you get paid for, if your paycheck comes in and you want to spend that money on a new game, the money doesn't go from your from wherever you work or whatever straight to the retailer or to Steam or whatever. It goes into your bank account first, and then from there it goes to Steam or GameStop or whatever, PlayStation, wherever you get your games. So drain power basically turns around and says, oh, you've got lands that are untapped. And you've got mana in your mana pool. I'll tap 2 blue. I'll take all that, thank you very much. Wait, what? So if you're looking for a blue way to suddenly get a bunch of mana, especially, later in the game, drain power. Mana short, similar effect. It's just that no mana gets absorbed. It's just, it disappears. So drain power is, I'll take all that mana for myself. And mana short is just, oh, you thought you had mana, it's gone now. Where'd it go? I don't know, but it's gone now. So, I don't know a good way to compare them. Yeah, I think I'll stop there for blue. Alright, let's see what we got for black. Okay. Scavenging Ghoul. Well, now it's a zombie, so that's going to help. So, every time a creature dies, this gets a counter on it. And then you can sack a counter, you can remove a counter to regenerate it. The counters only show up at the at the end of each turn. But if it's around at that point, cool, great. I think if you're playing zombies and you want something that will actually, does it get counters? The ghoul still gets to claim counters even if it enters after the creature's died. That is a piece of information most people are not going to be aware of. Also, I think I like the mana symbol for black mana from Unlimited over Revised, but that's me. Yeah. So, let's say you've got a bunch of mana. I cast Damnation. Blow up the entire board. Then I cast Scavenging Ghoul. If 6 creatures died, at the end of turn, it gets 6 counters. And every time it would try to die because of something, you can spend a counter to regenerate it. I'm not complaining. Laces, we've already discussed. Scathe zombies. Here's so much better cards. So much better cards. We'll just skip this. Warp Artifact. Should probably see more play in Commander because most people are going to be playing at least with Soul Ring. Dagnabbit. Hold on a minute here. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Yeah. So, most people are playing with at least Soul Ring, a couple other mana rocks. Occasionally, you know, if you work for MTG Goldfish and your name is Richard, who I believe actually owns Goldfish, um, Dowsing Dagger, etc., etc. I think it is not unreasonable that most decks are going to run like 4 or 5 artifacts of various things. I think Warp Artifact is completely reasonable to throw into a deck and go, hey, by the way, you're taking a damage every turn until you get rid of this. And the most common way to get rid of an enchantment is to get rid of what the enchantment is on. But people don't do that. They just, yeah, they'll take the damage for like 10 turns or whatever. Yeah, if you, and for 2 black, I think that's a pretty good deal, let's be honest. 2 black, you don't have to tap it or anything. You just, hey, by the way, here, you're taking damage every turn. Uh, Weakness, there are better. At the same cost. Uh, Heck, there's cards out there that are, destroying creatures for 1 mana or 2 mana. Cast down will destroy any non-legend for like 2 mana. It sees a lot of pauper play because it's so hard to find playable legendary creatures for multiple reasons in Commander, or not in Commander, in Pauper. That weakness just turns around and says, "Yep," or not weakness. Cast down says destroy target creature. Frozen Shade, really, really weak. If you want a Shade ability, you can do so much better like, compare Nantuko Shade, which originally came out in Torment. 2 black. So here's the thing. Frozen Shade, 1 black, 2 other. For 0/1. Pay black, give it +1/+1 to end a turn. It is reasonable to assume you're going to want a reasonable amount of black mana to be able to make this worthwhile. In a commander deck, you're going to want at least a dozen, probably closer to 20 black mana sources. Then you're looking at Tuco Shade. And for an easier cast, you're looking at 2 black for 2/1. So, slightly harder to cast in theory, but 2 extra points of power and the same pump ability. If I'm looking at somewhere around 50, probably at least 15 black sources, I should probably just be running this guy instead. And then Frozen Shade, even amongst shades, I would say is probably pretty low on the list. Sort by mana value. 1 mana for a 1/1 lifelink, 3 to pump. Okay, yeah. Black and Sack a Swamp for +1/+1, but it's a counter. 2 mana for 1/1. 2 mana for 2/2. Pay 1 to get fit +1/+1 till end of turn. And exiles creatures. Exiles your opponent's creatures. 2 mana for a 1/1. A black for an ability that's counterable. Does not have a shade ability. 3 mana for a 1/1 flying. Pay snow mana to give it +1/+1 till end of turn. Which I might argue is more flexible. Because it doesn't have to be black. Which means this could be the only black card in your deck. You just have to get your mana accordingly. Frozen Shade, Cinder Shade, change 1 of the colorless mana to red. Give it an extra point of power. And now the ability to sack it to deal damage equal to its power to another creature. 2 mana for a 1/1 flying. Pay 1 to get fit +1/+1 till end of turn. And exiles creatures. 2 mana for a 1/1 a black for an ability that's counterable. Does not have a shade ability. 3 mana for a 1/1 flying. Pay 1 to give it +1/+1 till end of turn. Frozen Shade, Dread Shade. I'm not going to try and compare this because 3 black mana versus 1 black and 2 other for a 3/3 versus a 0/1 requires some work to figure out. Gateway Shade. Again, same cost. It's a 1/1 instead of a 0/1. The same shade ability, but tap a gate to give it +2/+2 instead of +1/+1. Looming Shade, identical to Frozen Shade, but it's a 1/1. You know, there's a lot of cards that are, you know, like probably at least 8 or 10 cards that you should play before even thinking about Frozen Shade that are that mana value or less. So I would pass there. Gloom, on the other hand, um, the reason this was written the way it was initially was because initially there were like the only white enchantments that had activated abilities were Circle of Protection, blue or black or whatever. It didn't take them long to make others, or to realize that people could change colors. You know, like change this to, instead of saying white, to read green, or change another enchantment that's in play to suddenly being white. So this is why, when they finally got to revised, instead of spelling out specifically circles of protection, they said any white enchantment, and that was revised. That was like within the same year, I think. Definitely before early '94. So probably, and the game came out in August '93. So what, like November, October, November '93, probably. If you're playing decks that change colors on stuff, and white is a realistic option to change stuff to, I don't see a problem playing Gloom. If you want to turn around and, muck up, if you're trying to play some kind of taxing deck, it's not completely unreasonable. Plaguerats, I don't think I would even bother even in a rat deck nowadays. However, if you want to do something really silly, have a few Plaguerats. Basically, take a page from like Saffron Olive's book, and he had, what was that, 34 rhinos, I think it was, or something like that, in one deck for, was it Modern? And it was, 4 Siege Rhino, and a bunch of ways to copy Siege Rhino. Which means that every time you get, Plaguerats, clone the Plaguerats. Spark double the play. Spark double the clone. Clever impersonator the clone. So on and so forth. Till you end up with a bunch of plague rats, to the point where even if the original disappears, you still have a bunch more. Then if the original plague rats comes back, it comes in play as like a 3 mana, like 12/12 or whatever. However, this is a much better idea for a 60 card deck. And for Commander, I don't think it's worth it. It would need to be. I think it would need to be like. I think it would have to be like Relentless Rats in size, I think. Yeah, Relentless Rats feels right. Relentless Rats feels right for the size, and give it +1/+1 for each additional rat. Although the big difference here is that Relentless Rats has an ability that makes it bigger, which can be fairly easily removed. Plague Rats has what's called a characteristic defining ability, because that is an ability that specifies how big the X's are. And that's a lot harder to actually, like, this is why you get cards that say, remove all abilities from a creature, and it's now a 0/1, or it's now a 2/2, or it's now whatever, and sets its power and toughness, because otherwise you end up with a power and toughness that's undefined. But Plague Rats, I would probably pass on. Again, kitchen table 60 card format where you want to play a bunch of clones and stuff like that. Have a field day. Go nuts. Cursed Land. You combine Cursed Land with like Psychic Venom and stuff like that. That can be a real pain. Demonic Hordes. If you have a way to untap this, it's hilarious. Like giving it additional ability to untap. Also, that is great art. I love that art. If you have a way to untap this every turn, it's like, I'll kill one of your land, I'll kill one of your land, I'll kill one of your land. I'll choose, and then you can do the funny thing and choose not to pay the cost, or become, have it become tapped and go, oh, oh no. Because that's an ability that triggers at the beginning of your upkeep. You can tap it in a response, blow up somebody else's land. It'll already be tapped, and then when your opponent goes, hey, by the way, okay, blow up that land, okay. And it's a 5/5. You know what? I think if you've got ways to untap this additionally every turn, it's actually going to be pretty decent. If you can go like an entire turn cycle and untap it on each person's turn, you can wreak a lot of havoc. I think if you're building a demon deck, I think a lot of decks that you could make this work. Which explains why it's like almost $8. Um, ew. Oh, okay. Explains why it's almost $8 for the most recent real printing. Because 30th anniversary, that's an art. That's hashtag it's complicated. Nettling Imp, the same thing as Siren's Call, but it's a 1/1 creature with a tap ability that targets a specific creature. This is kind of like so basically force a creature to attack, or they have to sack it at the end of turn. Although it's destroyed, it's not sacrificed. Uh, eh. I think if you just want to play to inconvenience people, or again, force people to attack, Nettling Imp could work. Evil Presence, Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth does the same thing, but this is like under $1 for like at least 3 different versions of it. And Urborg is, well, a lot more. But there's also Blanket and Night, which is basically the same idea. How much is Blanket and Night? $1? Huh. Each mana producing land is a swamp in addition to its normal land type. They eventually turned around and said each land. Probably because there were so few lands that didn't tap for mana that people actually cared about. I wonder. Alright. So, taking out anything that's got a mana ability that's just tap, add mana. Anything that's got a basic land type. And anything that searches for land. Nobody cares. Nobody cared for a very long time. Bazaar Baghdad. Boseiju. Eh. Balmos Fault. That's still a mana ability. Because it's not tap. It's tap and remove X counters. Cathedral Sarah. Same as Adventures Guild House. Dark Depths. Diamond Valley. Tap and sack a creature to gain life equal to its toughness. Tap, pay life for mana. So, mana ability, mana ability, mana ability, mana ability. Glacial Chasm. Mana ability. Hull of Mists. No creature cut if attack. Okay, so creatures can only attack at best every other turn. Mana ability. Mana, mana, mana. Mana. Tap down a flyer. No, tap down a non-flyer. Target creature with flying has base power 0 till end of turn. Mana, Maze of Ith, mana, mana, banding, mana, has all land types. Mana, prevent damage, mana, mana, mana-ish. Mana, mana. Oh, no. Hide creatures. Mana, 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 mana. Banding. Mana. Swap blocking. Mana, mana. Upkeep. Mana. Banding. Mana. Becomes a swamp, becomes a forest. Copy anything. Usually has a mana ability. Mana. Whoops. There. So, these four, nobody cared. Nobody really cared about that. Nobody really cared about that. So these two, Maze of Ith, and we're looking at Blanket of Night, Visions. That, nobody cared. I remember that. Nobody cared. Mana abilities. Nobody cared. Eh. Nobody cared. Eh. Yeah, so affected what? Maybe 10 cards that people cared about? So, yeah, switching it over to yeah, so Blanket of Night suddenly going, hey, from each land, from each mana producing land, affected maybe 10 cards, and yeah, not enough for people to care. Paralyze. I think, were you an activated ability at some point? No. Okay. But the, but what this does do is this can give you an additional way to untap the enchanted creature. But you have to find a way to tap it after you untap in response to the upkeep trigger, i.e., before you draw a card for turn. So, no can only activate as a sorcery shenanigans. If you can do that, if you've got cards that allow that, like Royal Assassin maybe, then it's worth a consideration. Word of command, no. You look at one player's hand, you choose a card from it, you gain control of that player, but only insofar as I am making you cast this spell this card that's in your hand. This is how you're paying for it. These are the choices that you're making. You control the player while the spell is resolving. Yeah. So I wouldn't bother with word of command unless it is a 2 mana instant. If you really want to wreak some havoc, throw it on Isochron Scepter. Of course, even the cheapest printing of it is, the International Collector's Edition is 78 cents. Other than that, you're looking at $43 for 30th anniversary or Collector's Edition, or $240 for the least expensive legal printing. But if you happen to have one floating around, or you happen to have the money to be able to go, hey, by the way, I want to do this, Isochron Scepter plus word of command, have fun. Nether Shadow sees play, at least historically saw play, because I don't know if it's still a deck anymore, but historically saw play in dredge decks in Legacy and Vintage. No clue if people even play dredge anymore. But basically, 2 mana 1/1 that's cool. It's in my graveyard for whatever reason. On your upkeep, you go, oh, I've got at least 3 creatures in the graveyard above it. Cool. Thunk. And it has haste. No big deal. Yeah. If you want creatures that can reanimate themselves, Nether Shadow is still fine. Uh, Wall of Bone, unless you need a defensive creature that can keep your, that can stay around after, you know, people have been attacking into you and whatever. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, Wall of Bone. It's fine. Unholy Strength, I'm not aware of many 1 mana spells that are actually better, that give you a better power boost than Unholy Strength. It's actually really, really strong. Uh, Simulacrum. You gain life equal to the damage dealt to you this turn. Simulacrum deals damage to target creature you control equal to the damage dealt to you this turn. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Uh. Star of Extinction. To each creature and each planeswalker. Okay. I'm suddenly imagining that being directed towards Stuffy Doll or Breast Haunter, or I forget what the new one's called. There's the black one. Um, that's got a similar ability. Barbed Servitor. This thing. Whenever it's dealt damage, target opponent loses that much life. Simulacrum. Oh, you just dealt 20 damage to me. Okay. 2 mana. I'll gain that 20 life back. Send it all to Barbed Servitor. Hey, by the way, you want to take 20? Thanks. Yeah. Simulacrum. Combos that with Barbed Servitor, Stuffy Doll, etc. If you plan on playing cards like that, you should be looking at Simulacrum. Lich. Oh my god. TLDR. 4 black enchantment. Your life total goes to 0. You don't lose the game for having 0 or less life. If you gain life, draw a card instead. Whenever you're dealt damage, note that it's dealing damage, not losing life. You sack that many permanents. Sorry, that many non-token permanents. Oh, probably says cards. For each point of damage, you must destroy one of your cards in play. Okay. So, you sacrifice a non-token permanent because it said card back in the day. If you can't sacrifice a non-token permanence, you lose the game. So you don't have enough cards to keep the Lich fed. And as soon as Lich hits the bin, you lose the game. Yeah, you lose if this enchantment is destroyed or if you suffer point damage without sending a card to the graveyard. Yeah, sounds about right. Um, Still, still a really strong card. You want to combine that obviously with as much life gain as you can. This is also one of those protect the queen cards. It's just Lich in this case is your queen. Protect the queen, obviously, in this case. Well, I shouldn't say obviously, but protect the queen is basically um, building a deck and playing in such a way as you have one particular thing out that you want to keep around, almost to the expense of anything else. Now, obviously, if you end up with something like Platinum Angel out, you can, somebody can go, hey, disenchant, blow up your Lich, and you won't lose the game because Platinum Angel says otherwise. But, yeah, Lich is very much a build around card. Probably still playable. I largely wouldn't be playing it mostly due to how much it costs, i.e., a you know an official proxy, shall we say, is still like 40 to $50 US, and a legit version is over 150. Uh, the quad black I can get around. $150 for a card to play in Commander? No. But if I already had one, you'd be yeah, damn right I'd be building around it. Bogwraith, 3/3 Swamp Walk for 4. It's fine. Swamp Walk largely being unblockable, especially if you've got Urborg Tome of Yawgmoth out. Um, it's fine. If you want unblockable, I'm sure you can find better ways. Sinkhole, if you're playing black and you want a way to blow up a specific land, Sinkhole works. There's a handful of other cards that I would probably be considering, but you know, they're all going to be more expensive mana wise. 2 mana to blow up a land is actually pretty good. Okay, cool. That is neat artwork. And Bandon Pauper, from the time that Paper and Magic Online officially merged together. Because Sinkhole was one of those 3 cards that was legal in paper and not yet prior to then common at on Magic Online. And so on Magic Online they didn't care. But then when they merged the 2 lists, it's like, yeah, we don't want this to be that every black deck is going to run for this. It already runs a decent number of double black cards. This is just going to be too powerful. So they said no. That, Hymn to Torak, and High Tide. High Tide they could probably get away with bringing back. Hymn to Torak, maybe. Sinkhole is probably going to stay banned for quite a while. Death Grip. Green sees a lot of play in Commander. I would not be upset. Well, I don't know. I don't know if I should say I wouldn't be upset, but I would not be surprised to find some black players just tucking in a copy because they expect to go against the green deck. Sungear Vampire, my god. I love how disturbing that art is. you know, we had this, and then we shifted over to, well, that for the beatdown set, and then this from Torment. This goes back to the beatdown art. And I am not aware of this. Huh. I am not aware of this art. Or this set. Oh. That's cool. So they took like 5 iconic cards and gave them is that the same? Yeah, that's the same one. And gave them updated art and stuff. That's cool. I would still say this is playable nowadays, though. 5 mana, 4/4 flyer. If it helps kill a creature, it gets bigger. Dread Skeletons. Richard from MTG Coldfish, I know, has tried building Skeleton Tribal. If it's a thing, if it's actually doable, Dread Skeletons is probably going to be in it. It's an okay card otherwise. 2 mana for a 1/1, but 1 mana to regenerate. Actually, I would say makes it probably about right. I think that's it for black for now. Let's go to red. Did you actually say? Yes, you did say berry. Tunnel might actually be worth considering nowadays. Just one card tucked away somewhere near 99. Because it's not unreasonable that somebody is going to be playing with some cards, some card or cards that give all creatures, or sorry, that give at least one creature, all creature types. It's 1 red for an instant. And wall is a creature type. So if somebody does, let's say, the Faceless Haven thing. Faceless Haven thing? What Faceless Haven thing? Or Mutavault is probably a more common thing for it now. Book of Exalted Deeds. This trigger doesn't matter in this context. 3 white, tap, exile the book. Put an enlightened counter on target angel. It gains. You can't lose the game and your opponents can't win the game. Activate only as a sorcery. That ability only cares about it being an angel by the time this ability resolves. It doesn't matter if it's still an angel afterward. I take a land like Mutavault or Faceless Haven. That says it becomes whatever, whatever size creature until end of turn and gains all creature types until end of turn. Okay. Which means, let's say I activate Mutavault and turn it into a 2/2 creature till end of turn with all creature types. Usually it's just the 2/2 creature part that matters. The fact that it gains all creature types is occasionally relevant. For example, people playing Merfolk or Slivers. Like the fact that suddenly, hey, by the way, I'm also a Merfolk or I'm also a Sliver. In this case, it's also an angel. Well, then you activate Book of Exalted Deeds, exiling the book and turning your land that is currently now an angel, putting an enlightened counter on it, and giving it this ability. But if at some point you can get your opponent low enough, or a situation where they would otherwise be dead, and manage to animate that land somehow. The land doesn't have any protection. If you can manage to get it animated somehow, destroy it. Can't be regenerated. What? I just blew up your land. Your game's over now. Even so, even if you don't do that, if before the end of the turn, in which case the Mutavault or Faceless Haven or whatever got animated, gains all creature types, which means Wall is a creature type. Kill it. They've already lost their Book of Exalted Deeds. So you thought you were safe. ... If somebody's playing tribal, which is occasionally a thing, that relies on things like Maskwood Nexus to give all other creatures all creature types. Tunnel. Cool. What's your most annoying creature? Kill it. For 1 red. Would not complain. Ironclaw works. Nowadays, you're getting 2 mana for a 2/2 with a relevant creature type with upside. But that's only relatively recently, like in the last 5-ish years or so. You could do that at higher rarities, but at common for a long time it was still things like when this dies, sacrifice land, or must attack each turn at Fable, or something. Much better cards out nowadays. Grey Ogre, not playable anymore. Not playable anymore. However, a card to keep in mind when people are discussing cards. Grey Ogre is a 3 mana 2/2. Once you have a creature come into play, if it's a 3 mana 2/2 that has a come into play ability, and its ability has already gone off, or it has an ability that when it leaves the graveyard, or at least play, or dies, or it has an irrelevant ability. It's a 3 mana 2/2 for all intents and purposes. It's a gray ogre. It's one of those terms that's there's certain expressions that you hear a lot, like, you know, if a 3 mana 2/2 has a come into play ability, and that's all it has, and it's like a couple of turns later, it's a 3 mana 2/2 with no relevant abilities, irrelevant what the card text says, it's now a gray ogre. It's one of those things you'll hear getting thrown around. Rocket Care Ridges. This is Phantom Monster, but in red, which makes it a more relevant color. And I wonder if I really wait. You're a bird. You're a bird. Rock, ROC, isn't just a bird. See if I can find a good example here. That would kind of be like saying the Empire State Building is just an apartment building. A rock, at least according to D&D and other similar games, is a very, very, very large creature with a very, very, very large wingspan. Like wingspan of like 20 feet or more, sort of thing. It is huge. But yeah, if you're playing, I mean, I would not complain completely if somebody's playing like Bird Tribal or something of that nature. Yeah, basically, if you're playing a tribal deck or anything where flavor wise would make sense, go right ahead. This is actually it's not amazing, but it's perfectly serviceable. It's a 4 mana 3/3 flyer. It's still fine. Chaos Lace. See the lace discussions we had earlier. Two-head giant of forest, or I'm going to assume that it was meant to be pronounced four eyes, because two-headed giant, two eyes on each, four eyes. It's a 4/4 trample that can actually block two creatures for 5 mana. That is actually quite a serviceable creature. Red did not have, from what I remember back in the day, a lot of creatures that had trample. Actually, trample didn't happen a lot. I feel like green had it the most. And then second place was probably red, but it was a fair bit behind. But it was an ability you saw a lot of. You see a lot more of it now than you did back in the day. At least that's what I remember. Do you believe I did not remember this thing had trample? But yeah. Again, quite a serviceable card. Um, if I'm playing giants, if I'm playing giants, sure. You know, even if I just want to play with some fun cards, I would still play it. Earth Elemental. Again, same discussion that we had earlier about Water Elemental. You can find so much better, probably even for Elemental Tribal. Um, there's much better nowadays. Troll has got two interesting things, well, three interesting things going for it. One, again, you're looking at a gray ogre, but this one regenerates. Regeneration is not a common ability for red, by a long shot. It probably only beats blue for the ability to just regenerate, because I think blue, last I remember, without going to another color or artifacts, blue had like 3 cards that could regenerate, and only one of those could just plain regenerate. The others were situational. Troll, along with the Brute, which was an enchantment. It was a creature enchantment that could allow a creature to regenerate. And I think one other. I feel like there's another one. Oh, there's also Goblin Shuriken, where you can sack a goblin to regenerate target creature. So those 3 alone were already more in terms of flexible regeneration options in red than what blue ended up with. But red was also more likely to turn around and say, yada 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 cannot be regenerated. Second of all, creature type troll. Troll is hilarious. You know, you want to build a troll deck, go ahead, build a troll deck. And how much do you want to troll people? And then I will let you guys read the flavor text on your own. Where was it though? Okay, good. I thought I saw somewhere where they had changed the flavor text. They didn't. One, two. Alright, Earthbinder, so. Stone Giant. If you're looking at a fling ability on a creature, Stone Giant. Really good. Except it's a little less fling. It's more fling in the descriptive sense than the card name sense. Because what it does is it gives the creature flying till end of turn. Wee! Look, I'm flying! Destroy that creature at the beginning of the next end step. Well, if you've got a way to make your creature indestructible or whatever, then that part doesn't matter. But yeah, you can toss one of your creatures up in the air and give a flying till end of turn It doesn't say only as a sorcery, so you can suddenly go, hey, by the way, you have reach now. What? Yeah, none of my creatures natively have flying. Okay. Yeah. Uh, again, a card I would not be unhappy with this. Giant tribal, sure. Take like your four-headed giant of forest or two-headed giant of forest, throw it up in the air, block two giant dragons. Wait, what? Yeah, just block two of your dragons. How? Hill Giant. Again, not a card that's worth playing, but another card whose name you should be familiar with. Just like Grey Ogre. This is a 4 mana 3/3 with no abilities. You have a 4 mana 3/3 that's already done its thing or doesn't do anything until it dies or does not have any relevant abilities. Considering yeah, it's a hill giant. Not worth playing otherwise. Sedge Troll. I'm gonna go to the revised version. Same card, it's just this one just kind of looks funny. So I'll go here. Again, going back to Troll. This one you have to play black to be able to make use of it as far as Commander is concerned. Why? It also regenerates, but it requires black mana to regenerate. But if you've got a swamp in play, instead of being a 2/2, it's a 3/3. So for back in the day, if you had Badlands in play, which would have been the original red-black dual land, if you had that out and went to cast your Sedge Troll on turn 3, instead of being a 2/2, like your Uthen Troll would have been, this is now a 3/3 that can tap to regenerate for black. Much stronger than the Uthen Troll, requires a little more effort to make it work. Play a second color. In this case, specifically, play black. Okay, no big deal. Granite Gargoyle. A Grey Ogre that has flying, and you can pay red to give it +0/+1 till end of turn. And the first time we come across this name. Wait, who are you? Search Google for I apologize. I could not escape that fast enough. Asmorano Marduk Kuldakar. Who, because of how long her name is, didn't have a mana cost and had to have an ability to allow you to cast it instead. Summon Gargoyle. Okay. Um, I probably wouldn't be too bothered by people playing this card. Um, well, bothered is the wrong word. Bothered means bothered makes it sound like why are you playing that terrible thing? I don't know. More like there are decks where this could make sense. Oh, my dog. Okay. Sorry, I have to keep typing in that game colon paper because there are cards that only show up on Magic Arena. And they drive me bonkers because, as you can probably tell, I play paper. And going, oh my god, that would be so amazing if I can't get that card because it doesn't exist in paper. um, okay. So Gargoyles looks like it's probably probably a 5-color deck with green being the lightest. And it would probably make it into the deck. I could see that. I think it would be hard to find a I think it would be hard to find a good fit for it. But if you're playing red and you have a flying gray ogre, i.e., you don't use its ability for anything else, I think that's quite serviceable. Dwarven Demolition Team might actually be better than Tunnel. 3 mana 1/1, tap to destroy target wall. Might be better than Tunnel in this context. Also, it's a dwarf. There's at least one person I know who likes playing dwarves, or should I say dwarves. Would not be completely surprised to find out she went, hey, by the way, I found a copy of Dwarven Demolition Team. Here, it's in my deck now. Hurling Minotaur might not even make it in a Minotaur tribal these days. Back in the day, yes. Nowadays, probably not strong enough anymore. Although, even though even though it beats out Grey Ogre in terms of, you know, size for, size for mana. I think that you don't hear people. You hear people talk about a Grey Ogre and Grey Ogres and Hill Giants in terms of like not just the card, but the entire concept of what it is, i.e., a creature of a given size for a given cost that really doesn't have any abilities or any relevant abilities. And Hurloon Minotaur, I I would say that Hurloon Minotaur ended up not getting that because it was just good enough to beat out Grey Ogre and Hill Giant for playability. Because this was like right in between the two of them. It had an extra toughness over the Grey Ogre and a mana less than the Hill Giant for one less power. it was like just like the sweet spot. So it's like this was somewhat playable compared to the others. And I think its playability the and it was also a mascot for Magic the Gathering for quite a few years back in the day. But I think it ended up being quote unquote too good. People didn't talk about the same way. It was like it's kind of like if you had meh and then mediocre and then just bad. I felt like Grey Ogre and Hill Giant were like just bad, but their names stuck so that we could describe other creatures. Whereas Hurloon Minotaur was like mediocre and just kind of went into obscurity. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure what happened. That's my opinion. Rock Hydra. If I were to build a Hydra deck that ran red, I would probably consider this. Hydra decks are generally at least green. Sometimes green plus something else, but usually at least green. If it's at least green red, if I've got, say, doubling season, I would probably be fine playing this. And I'm not even talking combo shenanigans, because I know that's a thing that can happen. Hey, SO! Why aren't you asleep? Let me guess, your pauper event just finished? Let me think here. Quarter after 10. Oh, what happened? Did you had you moved somewhere? Was there bad weather or something? Tell me it was just the internet, not anything else. Bad weather plus cell phone internet. Oh, yeah. You don't have, you don't have cable or DSL or something where you live? Or is this a matter of it's out of your price range? Because I have DSL here, but I'm on decent, I'm on pretty decent internet. I have pics on my phone. Like I have decent. I think it's like 1.5 gig or something like that. And it cost me. I have a minimum wage job, and it is somewhere around 7 hours worth of work to count for 1 month's worth of internet. Oh, okay. So your internet options where in your part of where you live are not exactly, are not exactly great. Got it. Okay. Yeah, see I live in the suburbs of a major city. Um so my options are actually pretty good. But if you're living in a rural neighborhood, then yeah, uh, it's going to be harder to find something that's actually competent. How you been otherwise? Yeah, it's a little chilly around here. It is about minus 16 degrees Celsius here right now. Quarter after 10 in the evening. So, yeah, a tad nippy out. And this is at the point where, before I go to bed, I'm going to have to make sure I turn the water on just a little bit. Plug the bathtub. Yeah, plug the bathtub, turn on the water just ever so slightly, just make sure there's enough something coming through. Make sure the pipes don't freeze over, so if I have to have a shower in the morning or something like that, um, we actually have water running at that point, or if somebody's got to do laundry or whatever. Yeah, it's a little chilly out. But yeah, I've decided to take a break from brewing for now. I'm currently going over not all of them, but I'm going over a bunch of the cards from the really old sets to see what could still see Commander play somewhere. And I don't. You've probably seen or heard me talk enough. If not here, then in Deluxicos channel. I'm not that up on competitive play, and like I will occasionally play competitive formats, but a lot of Magic that I play is very, you know, casual. Sit down with friends and have a good time. Not, you know, let's see who can nuke the table first. And so it's like, what kind of cards make sense in what kind of decks, and obviously for Commander in this context. And take a look at Rock Hydra, and I don't know about you. I think if I'm building a Hydra, as I was saying, I think if I'm building a Hydra decks generally tend to be greens or green something. And if it's at least green red, I would not have a problem throwing Rock Hydra in it. And I just realized even the earliest printings say they're +1/+1 counters. Which means that you can play cards that care about +1 counters, like Hardened Scales. You know, let's say one Hardened Scales effect and say Doubling Season. And sure, maybe upkeep only, but you know, you pay 3 red mana and I get 4 +1/+1 counters on it, which is quite a bit. I think I would be relatively happy. I think I would be. I think I would be comfortable enough playing Rock Hydra in a Hydra deck if I was building around +1 counters and wanting to add red to my deck. I think I could see that. Mons Goblin Raiders. I can't think of anywhere I could think of legitimately playing that. Like, even in a deck that cared about vanilla creatures, you could probably get like a 1/2 or 2/1 by now with no abilities in red. uh, False Orders is hilarious. You want to muck up combat? You play False Orders. Yeah. Well, I think they. Nope. Yeah. They've actually got. They actually had in Foundations. They've actually got a vanilla creature. Oh no, that's not gonna work. Oh, it actually took standard. uh Quick Strider Ceratops. We have a 6 mana 12/8 dinosaur. This is its first printing. And I love the flavor text on it. For the first time in all my travels, I've encountered a creature I can only describe as an apex herbivore. Oh yeah, great creature. Savannah lions we've seen before, Aegis turtle we've seen, highborn vampire, fire elemental, bear cub, Giganosaurus, Slimer and Stay Puffed is Yargle Motani. And then Swab Goblin. Oh, you are a reprint. Okay. But yes. But we've actually got vanilla creatures back. Savannah Lions, I think, is actually going to be playable. Yargle Motani is going to be playable. Because there's that deck that wants to like fling it. Gigantosaurus probably not, but we might actually see the Ceratops. Unlikely, but we could actually see the Ceratops make it. But yeah. So it's possible. We could actually end up, well no, we've got at least Savannah Lions as a playable. Because if nothing else, it's 2 power for 1 mana, and it's a cat, which some decks actually care about. And I still think it's hilarious that way back in the day, it was a rare, and it's now a common. I'm like, what? False Orders, though, is hilarious. If you want to muck around combat some more, this is like, I Mazavith your creature, but I'm going to tell it to block this other thing instead. Wait, what? Again, if you like to act, oh no. And so you've seen this list before, right? Whoops. This list of decks that I'm working on for Commander. Even if you haven't actually looked at the actual list themselves. You're probably aware that I like building weird decks. Whoops. This one here. Going to be building one deck, at least one deck for every color and color combination. Non-blue is a 4-color non-blue control deck. You think this would make sense in a non-blue control deck? Oh, you think you're going to be able to jump block this? No. This guy can go over here. I'm going to let this big guy's going to get through now. Remove target creature defend player controls from combat. Creatures it was blocking that had become blocked by only that creature this combat become unblocked. You are now being unblocked by this creature, and you're going over here now. This is a great way to push through extra damage. I think I think from the kind of card that it is, for the kind of deck that I'm looking at, I think it's worth a shot. Let's see here. Fire Elemental. Again, the problem with the Elemental cycle back then was they were a decent size for their cost, but that was all they had, and I think he can do a lot better now. Brewing. How much red is there? Black, blue, and green see a lot of play. White and red are closer to the bottom. I think red is probably the least likely to get played, at least by itself. But tends to get played a lot in like Grixis and Jund. I think it's not completely unreasonable to play this if you're looking at something that you basically want to be unblockable. But it's probably only going to be unblockable against one person at the table. Maybe two if you start doing things like Blood Moon effects. It's probably easier ways to do that though. I don't think it's completely out of line, but I think there's probably better ways to do that. Earthbind. Oh boy, here I go again. Tell me you didn't hear that. When I sneeze, the people the next hand over can usually hear me. Yeah, in our family we don't hold back our sneezes. Yay! Earthbind. Shock plus loose flying. I'm not sure how I feel about this card in terms of I think the big thing here, it's not going to be the 2 damage, it's going to be the fact that it's a red card that makes something lose flying. Red likes to do stuff like Earthquake. Oh yeah. I mean, there's some there's things that I've heard it called, and there's some I cannot exactly I cannot exactly say what it commonly gets referred to on here because I'm trying to keep these streams away from being 18 plus. But yeah, um, yeah, that's. Anyway, I think the best thing that this does in terms of red, being a red card, is making something lose flying. Which is a lot easier if you are trying to I just had a really silly idea. You think the way the current Pauper metagame is, this could actually be playable? It is apparently legal. Is it on Magic Online somewhere, or you don't look like you're on Magic Online. Yeah, because my first thought that it would go to would be like Ornithopter. And what Ornithopter uses these days, I don't, I can't think of. Um, but then suddenly went to like Refurbished Familiar. It has to deal damage to a flying creature. It has to hit a flyer. What's relevant that has flying? The white bounce creatures, like Core Skyfisher and whatnot. Fairy stuff. Spell Stutter Sprite, stuff like that. The tokens from Battle Screech, but you really don't want to spend one card to deal with a quarter of a card. Yeah, where's False Orders? Oh, False Orders is legal. I did not realize False Orders was legal. Let's see here. Kelton Warlord. Yeah, I want to see that seeing more play. Nice. Kelton Warlord, I want to see more play, but that's largely in decks where you're running a bunch of creatures, but you don't care about their creature types per se. Or you could put it in like a barbarian tribal deck, which would be fine. What's he playing? Is he playing like Brute Squad or something? I swear, if he ever builds a deck with 8 rats, which was what, Crypt Rats plus Unearth? Nope. Damn. I understand why, but I wish there was like a clone effect that was legal in Pauper. Wall of Fire, we've already had that discussion with was it Wall of Water that did the same thing? Uh 3 mana for a 0/5 fire breathe. Well, water breathing. 3 mana for yeah, wall of fire and wall of water. So again, whatever was said earlier about wall of water applies to wall of fire. The difference being this is red versus blue. Uh, Flash fires I wouldn't play. um, Largely because I would prefer. I don't like to have cards that only target one person. If the way the game plays ends up being I'm targeting that person, that's a different story. But if it's, I have a bunch of cards that work well against white, let's say, and there's only one person that's playing white, it's like, this has to affect you and won't affect anybody else because that's the way the card is designed. That to me is a bad idea when it comes to building for Commander. It's like, well, if you're looking at Pauper, or any other form, any other 1v1 format, building to go against a single deck in your main deck, unless there's only one deck that's. Huh? Weird. I will be back in a moment. I think I have to reboot. Okay, are we back? Grumble, grumble, grumble. Where's the other one? There it is. Alright. Okay. No idea what happened there. but apparently my computer started acting funny. And I had to reboot the computer. And I don't know why, but that was the thing. Anyway, um, yeah. Flash fires, like I was saying, during gameplay, if it ends up happening that I have to target a specific person, that's one thing. If, if that's the way the game develops, sure. But I don't want to be building my deck to target a specific color. You know, like generically do it that way. On the other hand, um, if we go back to my blue ramp deck for a moment, you know, one of the cards that I mentioned previously that's in here. Where are you here? Is the Avamaya Cradle of Growth, which can legally be put into a mono blue deck because lands do not have a given color identity unless something gives them one. So one of the cards that I want for that deck to combine with it is this, which destroys all force. Because if I put those two cards together, I have a blue Armageddon. And considering I have one card in my deck that can let me get lands back from my graveyard. I have Crucible of Worlds in that deck. I am fine with that because I'm also losing my lands, and because that deck is designed to ramp as much as I can the way a green deck does. I am okay with that because that's not just affecting everybody else at the table, that's also affecting me. Orca Shoreflam, I would say has been what's the word I'm looking for? Outclassed, I think is probably the best word. Again, there's better cards that do a similar effect for that cost by now. What do we got in green? Again, I'm not going through all the cards in the set. I'm just going through like what EDHREC says the worst cards from that set are. Life Lace, we've talked about the laces before. Not generally a good card. Wanderlust, because it affects a creature, the number one creature you'd want to throw it on would be would be somebody's general. But that's also like the cards that I just realized. Are you okay? That's also what people most want to keep alive, but it's also the easiest one for them for people to find a way to get rid of. And if they sacrifice it to an effect, your Wanderlust isn't going to be dealing any more damage. So you really want to throw it on a creature that they want to keep around. And I don't know about other people. My decks tend to be quite often about a third creatures at least, if not more. Um, I know my Asuka 5-color zoo deck is over half creatures, and that's including the mana base, because I have I know I have at least 50 creatures in there. 50, probably like 53 or 54 out of 100 cards, plus my general. So a lot of them are going to be replaceable enough. Uh, War Mammoth, again, outclassed. Maybe if you're building Elephant Tribal. Was 4 mana for a 3/3 trample. That's sort by mana value. Alright, fine. uh, I would play Woolly Mammoth before I ran War Elephant. Because for 1 less toughness and running Snowlands, it's 1 less mana. I think I'm good with that. Wow. It's actually kind of hard for an elephant to get trample. These two, Noble Elephant and War Elephant, are literally identical. Sorry, War Mammoth is what I was talking about. These two are identical. But for 1 extra green mana, I can almost double its size. That is interesting. Why is it so hard for an elephant to have trample? That feels like a flavor fail to me. I don't know. If I get hold of if I get hold of somebody at Wizards, I'm gonna have to ask them why it's so hard for elephants in Magic to have trample. Um, But yeah, I think if I'm looking for I think if I'm looking at Elephant Tribal, which sounds a bit odd. I think if I'm looking at Elephant Tribal and I want something that's got trample, War Elephant or War Mammoth is going to be on that list. You know, I want aggressive Mammoth first, but I'm going to want creatures that have trample before I get to like 6 or 8 mana or whatever. I think it's 6 mana. I'd want Brawn in the deck, but if I'm looking to avoid playing if I'm looking to avoid playing non-elephant creatures, then yeah. Uh Living Artifact can get you 4 life a turn cycle, which is not, it's not nothing for a single green. Its biggest problem is blowing up the artifact, removes your life gain. I think if you're looking at gaining life, Campfire is a good card from, Thetz's playing Pauper. Elixir of Immortality is really good. Both of them can get cards back for you. In fact, Elixir shuffles your graveyard and itself back in. Uh, Ironreach Treefolk, maybe a Treefolk deck. I do remember back in the day, this was actually considered a decent size. Like, a decent size for the cost. At 6 mana, you were looking at Crawworm, which was a 6/4. And at 6, which was like quad green +2, you were looking at Force of Nature, which was an 8/8 trampo that had an upkeep cost of quad green, I believe. Or you could choose not to pay it and have it deal 8 damage to you. But it didn't take long to find a way to mitigate that. But Ironreach Treefolk would still jump in front of most other things. And, like a single Giant Growth did a lot. Nowadays, the 3/5 averages to a 4/4 for 5. Eh. Again, you're looking at, with 30 years of game development, there's better cards now. Natural Selection was a card I had actually grabbed specifically for my mono green control deck. It's kind of like Ponder. Look at the top 3 cards of your library, put them back in any order. You may shuffle. Look at the top 3 cards of target player's library, then put them back in any order. You may have that player shuffle. So it's basically the difference between Natural Selection and Ponder. Ponder only affects you but draws you a card and is sorcery. This does not draw cards, but it's an instant that can affect anyone. Ponder sees play in places because it draws a card. But I also wouldn't be upset about throwing this on Isochron Scepter either. Oh my god, 85 bucks. I think I picked up the copy that I've got for like 15 Canadian. So like 11 or 12 at that point. It's 85 bucks now, jeepers. But yeah. Again, it's one of those cards that I'd be fine with that being on an Isochron Scepter. And just you'd end up with a slightly more expensive Sensei's Divining Top, but instead of being able to swap the top for the top card of your deck, you have the ability to shuffle. And you can affect somebody else with that. I think I'd be okay with that in a lot of decks. But again, like I think if I'm playing CEDH, I'd at least be looking at it to see if it's a card I'd have an interest in. Because CEDH tends to run faster. Shorter turns, etc. Mana efficiency is really, really high. I might be considering natural selection at that point. Especially if it's like, at the end of your turn, I do this. Or in response to whatever, I look at the top 3. Who knows? Maybe it can help with a miracle deck. I don't know. It might be a consideration, though. Second Basilisk. Old school creature sweeper. You throw lure on it. And this, keep in mind, Thicket Basilisk doesn't have to deal damage to anything. Anything it ends up in combat against will die at the end of combat. So, historically, it was this plus lure and regeneration, and you just attack every turn and eat your opponent's creatures, and they can't do anything about it. Unless they get rid of the Basilisk itself. Web. Oh, what's that? The one that's in Pauper right now. Spider Silk Armor? I think. Yeah. 3 mana. All your creatures get an additional +0/+1 and have reach. So for 2 extra mana over web. And a drop in rarity. This affects all your creatures. I think if you're playing some kind of like toughness matters, hexproof hybrid deck, you might want web. Otherwise, nah. Yeah, there's Force of Nature that I was talking about. You know, you combine that, I mean, back then, give it like a year, and you had Spirit Link, or I should say, you had Spirit Link. Throw that on here, and you're like, cool. I attack for 8, I attack for 8. Unfortunately, 6 mana for an 8/8 trample these days is a little on the low side. It's a little on the weak side. Plus, it had an upkeep cost. I will point out that at least one or two people that I've talked to actually wish we had creatures with upkeep costs or some other drawback. You know, like we did for 20 plus years. Um, you know, now it's like good luck trying to find a creature that actually has a drawback. You know, like being a vanilla, because you take a look at what we've seen through Unlimited so far. There's, I mean, not a lot, but there's a vaguely reasonable number of vanilla creatures. But that's, neutral. And then there's having abilities and having, by which I mean like positive abilities like flying or fire breathing or what have you. And then there's um, penalties, which are technically, generally still abilities according to the rules. They're just, people think of them differently. You know, like thus having an upkeep cost. And we're at the point now where playing with creatures that are just vanilla creatures is generally seen as, you know, as a that's your penalty. It doesn't do anything. So I would like to see. I think the most recent creature I can think of that's in standard right now. I can't remember what it's called. It's a 6/6. Yeah, Archfiend of the Dross. 4 mana, 6/6, flying. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, it loses its controller loses 2 life. And then you've got 4 turns to make the opponent, to kill the opponent, or you lose the game. I think that's the only creature I can think of that's currently in standard that actually has a drawback attached to it. But Force of Nature, again, I think it's been outclassed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So aspect of all fired. Camouflage. Oh yes, this one. Similar to False Orders. However, all defending creatures are assigned randomly. The original wording has them face down. But unfortunately, face down has an actual separate meaning, so it has to be treated separately. But this can completely screw over any idea of combat mass whatsoever. I think if you're building a chaos deck of some description, you might want to look at camouflage. I think most people though would probably consider this a a one and done kind of card, i.e., okay, you've okay, I've seen that card in action. I don't want to play that anymore, or I don't want to play against that anymore. I think it's I think it's one of those things that's like it's a cute trick to do once. Wall of Brambles. This was for a lot of old school players one of the best walls out there because it was like, you know, you go back to Herloon Minotaur, 2 red, 1 other for 2/3. This was slightly easier to cast, only requiring a single colored mana instead of 2 colored mana. Was the same size, regenerated, had the drawback of being a wall, i.e., it had Defender. But people were quite, most people that I knew, and I don't know how generically true this is, but most people I knew were actually quite happy to play with, if they had to play with walls, Wall of Brambles they were actually pretty happy to play with because it's a cheap wall that had 2 power and regenerated. It actually kind of did a lot. If it ever ended up animated, for example, they weren't going to complain. So again, if you're looking for some kind of, you know, if you're looking for a cheap green wall for whatever reason, Wall of Brambles should be on your list somewhere. Cockatrice, again, same idea as the Capacus. The difference is this one flies, which was actually quite unusual. Where are you? You are here. Did I actually put you in here? Because I do not remember. Again, love building my weird decks. This is a green creature that flies. I think I have it in my green deck. I know it was one I was looking at. On your OBs. Oh, not in that F. Are you in this F? Oh, maybe you're not in here. Yeah, Pixie Queen. Oh, maybe I didn't. No, I guess not. Although, again, you know. Oh, I think I may know what happened. I think I may have just turned around and gone. Well, here's this other card that I want to play. I can play that, or, I have to cut something else for this. Okay, I guess I'll cut Cockatrice. But But again, you know, a a decent green flyer, it will take down any dragon, any angel, any demon, you know, any large flying creature, or any, or as a blocker, it will just take down. Basically, if it doesn't have indestructible or the ability to regenerate, cockatrice will just turn around, not care, and go, by the way, you're dead now. Um, so yeah, if you're looking for a odd green creatures that can kill pretty much anything, if you're okay playing with cards like Desert Twister and Beast Within, and you want a creature that's got a vaguely similar effect, Cockatrice if you're looking at being defensive, Thicket Basilisk if you're looking at being offensive. Gaia's Leash. Really, really weird card. A lot of cards back and like from the first year or two of Magic were really, really weird because they were also trying to feel out how the game, you know, what they like. They already had an idea of what colors should be able to do. But they hadn't felt out everything well. They were still trying to figure out, like blue could still deal damage directly to players and creatures, and um, you know, red had the red had the ability to muck around with combat and everything else. And it's like, wait, what? What abilities do we actually want? And what abilities should colors have? And then stuff like Gaia's Leash, where if it were to be printed today, keeping the idea of the card as close as possible. It would probably say something like, uh, you know, Gaia's Leash has power and toughness equal to the number of force defending player controls. Otherwise, its power and toughness is equal to the number of force you control. Tap. Target land becomes a forest. This ability lasts indefinitely. Because as such, target land becomes a force until Gaia's Leash leaves the battlefield. So as soon as the leash leaves, everything that you had marked, everything that became a forest, it's not a forest anymore. No. And if you got it up to got your opponent up to 5 force and you reanimated the leash, let's say, you have to start that all over again. Probably would pass on this. Well, I might pass on this apart from, if I just want something to go, hey, by the way, you're now forced. You're now forced. You're now forced. Just to annoy people. But as far as actually playing it, no, I don't think I could. I don't think it would be worth it in most decks. Unless, you're playing against somebody like Krim, aka the Asian Avenger, who really doesn't like green for some strange reason. And then got to troll handed a deck where he had to play green. God damn it. And got stuck playing with Gaia's Leash. Yeah, he had to ramp with actual green spells like Cultivate. He had to play with Nissa, Gaia's Leash. Oh, it was hilarious watching him squirm. Kudzu. If you want a land destruction card, that would be like a targeted mass land destruction spell. If you want something that would be fair for Commander, I think Kudzu would be worth a look. It basically shuts down, it basically stops a land from being able to be tapped for mana. Because people aren't going to tap it if they can avoid it. Because as soon as they tap it for mana, as soon as they tap it for whatever reason, it gets destroyed. But then, that land's controller gets to turn around and put it on another land of their choice, which can belong to anybody, including the person that played Kudzu initially. So Kudzu's one of those cute little cards that can be passed around to people. Sure, it eats a land every time. But it's getting passed around from person to person to person to person. Even funnier is if you put something like Psychic Venom or something like that on it. Or not Psychic Venom. Grr. Where's blue? Oh, feedback. The controller is a destroyed land mage. I wonder. Oh. No, the person that cast Kudzu is still going to control it. It's just the land's controller gets to make the choice. Okay. And Kudzu just stays around, keeps getting bounced around until there's no lands left. So at some point, somebody's gonna go, okay, I'm just not gonna tap this land anymore. I think if you want a nicer quote-unquote land destruction spell, like mass land destruction spell of sorts, Kudzu is probably not unreasonable to play. Shannon Dryads. Landwalk just really isn't a thing anymore, although playing a Dryad deck is not unreasonable these days. And now that Yavimaya Cradle of Growth is around, Forest Walk is actually reasonable. So it's I think you could build a Forest Walk deck pretty reasonably now. Shandon Dryads might be worth a thought there. Elvish Archers. I had on Magic Online some time ago sketched out a commander deck that was based around Miri Cat Warrior, I think her name was. Yeah. because she had some abilities that I took a look at and like, well, first of all, she's got a bunch of abilities. Second of all, I'm taking a look, I'm like, some of those are abilities that green is not really known for. Like First Strike. First Strike was the number one on my list. Vigilance, you don't really see that much vigilance in green. You see bits and pieces here and there, but not really. So I kind of designed a deck around that, and elvish archers, definitely one of those cards that were like, yeah, seventh edition. Seventh edition was around because invasion. Yeah. Uh, it was one of those cards that I'm like, yeah, you would go in that deck. If I'm building elves and I wonder if I actually put you in. I went Golgari for this one. 2 mana. No, I didn't. But it's certainly one of those cards that would certainly make sense for a deck like this. Just like 2 mana, 2/1 First Strike in green is just really, really good. I think if you're looking for, a cheap elf that can, take down a lot, yeah, like Elvish Archers, I think is still might hold up now. More creatures, like, because green tends to win through being bigger. But First Strike just does so much with you know, you don't have to be as big now. You can still be a decent size, but you don't have to be as big. Um, Wall of Wood is fine. But I think if you're looking for even a 1 mana wall, you can probably do better. There's one from Kamigawa block that had, was it Traproot Kami? Yeah, Traproot Kami. So, didn't have the wall type, but it has Defender, which most of the time is more relevant. Has Reach, 0 power, just like the Wall of Wood. Toughness equal to the number of fours on the battlefield. If you have a Maya Cradle of Growth is on the battlefield, that's now all lands in play. Wall of Wood is, I would say, much lower on the scale, even for 1 mana green walls, than Traproot Kami is. Timber Wolves, if you're playing with wolves, banding is an ability that a lot of people don't know, don't understand well. If you know it, it's really good. The short version is there's an idea when it comes to banding, surprise, surprise, called a band. And you can have, the way it was described back in the day was realistically, you could have an offensive band or a defensive band. They don't really use these terms anymore, but it's easier to get the idea across. For an offensive band, you can have up to one creature in the band that does not have banding. For a defensive band, you only need one creature to have banding. Offensive, obviously, this is a band of creatures that you're using to attack with. Defensive, these guys are blocking. Any damage that is dealt to, like combat damage that's being dealt to a band, the controller of the band gets to split up how that damage is dealt. So if I've got Timberwolves and Wall of Wood in a defensive band, I can have 2 damage, like if 2 damage is being dealt back, I can have it go to the Wall of Wood, which is a 0/3, and neither of my creatures are taking lethal damage. Offensively, I'd have to have, if I'm attacking with 6 creatures, at least 5 of them, if they're all going to be part of the same band, have to have banding. And the other thing is, if I'm attacking with a band, if any of those creatures can be blocked, the entire block can be banned. But that also means that defensively, it's like, cool, I only have one creature that's got reach. Cool. Yoink. And I can split the damage accordingly. So that's the simplified version of it. And if you want to play with banding and you're running green, Timberwolves is still a decent place to start. Crawworm. Now we've got frickin' what's his name? That's the current meme. Arg. Power equals 6, toughness equals 6. Oh, trample. Recon. No? Colossal Dreadmaw. 2 extra points of toughness and trample. And by the way, over the last 10 years ish, let's see here, 16, 17, 19, 23, 20. Okay. So yeah, in the last 8-ish years, we've got 5 creatures that are 6/6 tramples. Well, 5 of them are 6/6 tramples. 1 has trample as long as you've got enough card types in your graveyard. And 2 of the ones that do have trample have got extra abilities going on, added on to it. Crawworm is outclassed. Aspect of Wolf. Play Blanchwood Armor first. It's an extra mana, but it requires less math. Aspect of Wolf basically takes a look at how many forests you've got, cuts that number in half, Round down for a boost to power and round up for a boost to toughness. Save yourself the math. Spend the extra mana and play Blanchwood Armor instead. If you've already got Blanchwood Armor, I think there's another one. I think there's an equipment that does something similar. Ah. Yeah, and some creatures already have it. Yeah, like Timber Maw Larva has it built in. Yeah, there's better, and then some just care about the number of lands you've got. Um, Ley Druid. This is basically like Arbor Elf, but Arbor Elf is cheaper, but it only untaps a force. This can untap, say, Maze of Ith. It may be worth a consideration in some decks, uh, but or lands that there's some lands that tap for more than one mana. Your various soul lands, like Ancient Tomb or whatever. The various Karus, etc., etc. Or just, you know, tapping it to untap a gate is a thing. If you're looking for generally useful, Ley Druid is at least worth looking at. If you're looking at something that's useful in specific circumstances, there's much better. If you're looking at mono green, you probably want Arbor Elf way before you hit Ley Druid. On the other hand, if you're doing one of those silly things that I did in playing Druid Tribal, Ley Druid gets higher up on the line because he's a Druid. Fungusaur. So, Fungusaur, you turn around and get, say, Hardened Scales out. And then, I don't know, play Thorn Salad, let it sit out for a couple of turns, ping it. Give it 2+1/+1 counters. And then you just start, then even if, by that point, even if the Hardened Scales or whatever else you're using dies, at that point now it's a 4/4 that could, bump up against a 3/3, kill it, and get bigger. And it can get out of scale. It can get out of hand kind of fast. Fungusaur would be one of those fun little build around cards. Did they not? Oh, made it to 8th edition. Okay, I thought it, wasn't there one in Time Spiral Blocks that did something similar? Uh, Oh, fungus liver. That's why. Tsunami. Again, I don't want to be targeting specific players, but if I've got a way to make this work to affect everybody, I am less unhappy with it. It's harder to make it work on islands though, because unlike playing Acid Rain, you don't have the Avamaya Cradle of Growth or a similar effect to turn everything into an island very easily. Although you can use cards to make make this land and this land and this land eventually into an island. So I don't know, maybe it's a thing. Script Sprites was in my mono green control deck that likes to beat down with flyers. Was one of the first flyers cut because it's a 1/1 flyer for. I mean, it's not bad. It's just if you're playing Commander, there's stronger things at reasonable cost. I think I'm gonna stop it there for green. Alright, let's go to the artifacts now. Artifacts. Yes. I want... Actually... Does this work? Yes. Alright. Actually... It's lands. The 10 original dual lands. Nothing else to say here. If you have them and can afford, if you have them or can afford them, the least expensive one being Badlands, which for unlimited is $440. 200, nope. Yeah, $400 for revised. Alright. Yeah, Savannah's the least expensive at just over $300. Scrubland, Taiga Plateau around 340. Bayou and Badlands around 400. Tundra Tropical Island around pushing 500. Volcanic around 7 and Underground Sea around 8. If you have any of these and you can find a home and you're comfortable putting them in your deck, you should put them in your deck. There's not really anything else to say there. As for the non-land cards, the artifacts, keep in mind that back then you had artifact creature, artifact, mono artifact, poly artifact. You did not make it to revised. Okay. So, mono artifacts, to use them, you had to tap them. Ah, damn it. Be back in a minute. Again. Boop. Alright. So yeah. So as I was saying, mono artifacts, you have to tap them to use them. So Conservator, it looks like it says 3 colon prevent the loss of up to 2 life. Which Revised said the same thing. 4th edition turned around and said, prevent up to 2 damage to you. So somewhere between Revised and 4th, they went from its life loss to its damage. No, nothing there. Which was more or less a functional change. I'll have to find out what happened there. But additionally, it said mono artifact, so even though it's 3 colon, it's really, the cost is really 3 and tap colon, because it's a mono artifact. To be able to use it, you had to tap it. This is like, for example, Mox Jet, where if you go to unlimited, mono artifact, add 1 black to your mana pool, tap as an interrupt, yada yada. So, same idea. To be able to use it, you had to tap it. So as a result, Conservator, if it actually prevented life loss instead of damage, and damage does turn into life loss, then I think Conservator, or Conservator, however you want to pronounce it, would be fair to play. Might actually see it play. Might have actually seen play for a very long time. I think the reason they changed it to I think the reason though that they changed it to saying damage was because there were cards that said, hey, by the way, yada yada yada. Effects cannot prevent this loss of life for let's see if you said that from unlimited. Oh. No, personal incarnation does not say that. Greed from effects that prevent or redirect damage may not be used to counter this loss of life. So I think it's I think maybe it was originally intended to work. Damn it. I think originally it was intended to work that way. But they eventually decided that no, we're going to turn around and just make it prevent damage, because we're playing a lot of cards that say you can't prevent the life loss from this. Uh, Jade Statue is an artifact with power and toughness, but not an artifact creature. What? If you take a look at the current Oracle text, or something with more updated text like Ninth Edition, it's a 4 mana artifact. It doesn't say it's got power and toughness. But you pay an activation cost to make it into an artifact creature till end of turn. For to cast, 2 : make it a 3/6 until end of turn. I think for that point it was actually considered reasonable. But now you have Dire Mimic, I think it is. Which is 2 to cast, 3 : make it a 5/5 till end of turn. And it has flash. And you can tap and sack it for a mana of any color because it's also a treasure. So for 5 mana, you basically have a 5/5 with flash. So, I'm kind of meh on that one. I think if you're building around creatures that aren't actually creatures until you make them creatures, Jade Statue is doable. But yeah, wouldn't bother with otherwise. Celestial Prism. Again, mono artifact. 2 tap, add 1 mana of any color. The and cost 3. Even when I started playing, I thought Celestial Prism was, like when I started, I thought it was fine. It was okay. It was sure, did what needed to be done. But within like a couple of years, I realized it just wasn't that good. Because if you compared it to like Birds of Paradise back then, was 1 mana and just tap to get any color you needed. I was paying 3 mana for an artifact and then 2 and tapping it to generate 1. That did not seem like a good rate to me by like 1996, 1997. Because I started playing just before Legends came out. God damn it. So I played it for a bit because they didn't know any better, but within like a year or two. And here's the thing. I am not the sharpest knife in the drawer when it comes to understanding how good cards are. I picked up on this one pretty early. Was not thrilled with it. So I found other ways to get the mana that I needed. And in a monocolor deck, it didn't do anything. So, hard pass. So much better cards. I can't remember if it's altar. No, pyramid. Pyramid of the Pantheon. So, 1 to cast instead of 3. Has the same activation. 2 tap, add 1 of any color. But then you put a counter on here. And once there's three counters on here, you can just simply tap it and get 3 mana. So much. Such a big difference. Obscenous Golem. I guess if you're playing with vanilla artifact creatures, it's okay. The problem is it's an uncommon. But, like, I am finding commons. Let me see here. This one? No, you're black. This one. This is my mono brown commons only commander deck. Build around ramping. What do I have at 6? Razorfield Rhino. 6 mana, 4/4. Gets +2/+2 as long as you control 3 or more artifacts. So in this deck, it is a 6 mana 6/6. Prophet of the Peak. 6 mana 5/5. Come in and play Scry 2. 5/5 basically being the same as 4/6. Easiest way to do that is just average the two numbers. So if I'm looking around 5/5 for 6 mana, Pardic Wanderer, 6 mana for 5/5 trample. Cogwork Archivist, 6 mana for 4/5 with reach. 2 tap, put target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. Slightly smaller in terms of size, but A, it's got reach, and B, it lets me put a card, it lets me get a card back. Kozilek's Pathfinder, 6 mana for 5/5. Pay colorless. Target creature can't block Kozilek's Pathfinder this turn. So that's like 5 or 6 cards in here at common that are, I would say, every single one of them. Like, the difference between a 5/5 and a 4/6 is negligible. It's basically, I mean, technically they'll bounce against each other. 4 power is not enough, not quite enough to deal 5 toughness, and 5 toughness is not quite enough to get through, or 5 power is not quite enough to get through 6 toughness. But in terms of actual sizing, how much should this cost to cast, etc., etc., it's basically, it's essentially the same. And only one of them is actually smaller. And it's only by a point, in this case actually a point of toughness. But it has reach and a useful activated ability on top of that. Compared to the Obsidian Golem, which is just a 6 mana 4/6. Again, not not really worth playing anymore. Cyclopean Tomb. If you want to turn lands into swamps one at a time, Cyclopean Tomb is fine. And it's hilarious in that the lands don't revert back. Unlike Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth / Blanket of Night, those turn around and say, I mean, those effects end when the card in question leaves the battlefield. Cyclopean Tomb puts counters on the lands those lands stay being swamps until either the end of the game or until all the counters are finally removed. And those counters only remove on your upkeep. You remove one counter from a land. Sorry, you remove you remove all counters from one land. So, if this land for whatever reason had 3 Mire counters on it, okay, I take all 3 off of that one. That's the only native way to do it. I wonder. I'll look at that later. Crystal Rod, Iron Star, Wooden Sphere, Ivory Cup, Disrupting Scepter. Look like activated abilities. Eventually got reworded to be triggered abilities because they trigger on a spell of the appropriate type being cast. They're poly artifacts, so it's just pay the cost, blah. Whenever a player casts a spell of the appropriate color, you may pay 1. If you do, you gain 1 life. There are much better effects that do this. Oh, Flame Magus. So, the various Staff of the Blank Magus, Death, Flame, Mind, Sun, Wild. Whenever you cast a spell of the appropriate type or a land that has the appropriate basic land type enters under your control, you gain 1 life. No mana to, 3 to cast, but after that, you're done. You don't have to pay anymore for anything. Or Dragon's Claw. 1 more than the Iron Star, and this entire cycle does the same thing. there's one for every color. So 2 to cast instead of 1. But again, no mana payment, just whenever a player casts a red spell, you may gain 1 life. And Dragon's Claw actually saw some, I don't know if it still does, but it used to see some competitive play. You know, a red deck playing against another red deck. Grab Dragon's Claw out of the sideboard, and yeah, it's going to be a lot harder for, you know, the person that doesn't have Dragon's Claw to fight through the one that does have Dragon's Claw, because Lightning Bolt is only going to deal 2. Shock is only going to deal 1. Ragavan comes into play and you gain a life. If you dash it, you basically take 1 instead of 2, etc., etc. So there's other ways to also gain life for spells of the appropriate type being cast, but yeah, these have all been knocked out. Clockwork Beast. These group of creatures have always been awkward. If it attacks or so, it's first of all, it starts off with some number, in this case 7, of +1, +0 counters. It always has 4 toughness. So it comes into play, it's a 7/4. At the end of combat, if it had any if it's got any counters on it, and it attacked or blocked, you remove a counter. And then you can pay X and tap it to refill the number of counters back up to 7. Disrupting Scepter, 3 to cast, 3 tap. Make somebody discard a card only during your own turn. Fine. If you need to keep somebody's hand under control, it's fine. But you ideally want to be able to have like a couple of these effects. Was it Gwendolyn? Yeah. 4 mana in Grixis colors. Tap, target player discards a card at random. Activate only during your turn. Nebuchadnezzar. Did I spell? Nebu. Oh, I forgot the G. Nebuchadnezzar. 5 mana in Dimir colors. X tap. Choose a card name. Target opponent reveals X cards at random from their hand. So, ideally, you're paying 5 mana for Nebuchadnezzar. So ideally tap at least, if you're tapping 5 mana to activate it, chances are your opponent's revealing their entire hand at that point. So just do it. And then they discard all cards with the card name that you mentioned. Activate only during your turn. So Nebuchadnezzar, Gwendolyn de Courcy, Rod of Ruin. You put all those 3 together. You can keep one person under control or keep a couple of players hit everybody. I think it's okay. There's probably better options, but also depends on the color scheme you're playing too. Like if you're not playing black and you're not playing blue for whatever reason, then disrupting scepter, if you're really concerned about keeping somebody's hand under control, might not be unreasonable. Um, Rod of Ruin, 4 to cast, 3 tap, 1 damage to any target. Any target these days also includes battles. Yeah, any target. So that means that, you know, you have ways to flip your battles without without attacking into them. Um, make a planeswalker slightly weaker, etc., etc. It has uses. There's there's better options. This is one of those odd times when I would actually go for Aladdin's Ring instead, which is 8 to cast, 8 tap for 4 damage. But that's like twice the cost of this to cast, slightly more than twice to activate for 4 damage. One activation will flip over probably half the battles. So if those are things that you're playing with, it'll also take a good chunk out of a lot of planeswalkers that if they don't have an easy way to deal with it. Great. Sunglasses of Urza. You may spend white mana as though it were red mana. It's a 3 mana artifact. So if you're playing Boros and you are God damn it, I hate this cough. If you're playing Boros and you're heavier on white mana, very broad strokes here. Let's say you're running 38 land, you've got 8 duels, 20 plains, and 10 mountains. And you suddenly have this like triple red card that you want to be able to play. Dropping a Sunglasses of Urza will help a lot. Now, you shouldn't end up in a situation like that. Your mana base should be able to handle that. But, there is the odd time when an effect like this is going to be, well, I was going to say necessary, but I will say much more useful. Soulnet. This. Yeah. If animated so it is a creature, it can be triggered off its own destruction. In other words, so whenever a creature dies, you may pay 1. If you do, you gain 1 life. Same idea as through, Iron, Iron Star and all that. It's just instead of a spell being cast, it's a creature dying that triggers it. If this is somehow an artifact, somehow a creature, and somebody, and it dies at the same time, you can actually pay an additional 1. Like, remember Animate Artifact when we were covering blue? Animate the Soulnet. It's now a artifact creature. Okay, now it gets blown up. You pay the 1 and get an extra life out of it. It's not amazing, but it's a thing you can do. If you need life off of creatures dying, again, there's better ways to do it. Illusionary Mask. The starting point for where Morph and Manifest and cloaked creatures and manifested creatures and whatever all came from. uh, so, here's the fun part. Illusionary Mask, its modern wording says it's a 2/2 creature. The only information we have about is it's a 2/2 creature. Color, spell, abilities, don't know. It's a creature, it's a 2/2. Quote, as soon as a face down creature receives damage, deals damage, or is tapped, you must turn it face up. That's how you get it to turn the face up. This isn't even counting the possibility that, it might actually have a way to turn it face up via morph or something else. So, but what happens? But what happened was Morph had been around. I think Morph came out in Onslaught. And they had been playing with that for a while. And like somewhere around 5 or 10 years later, they're looking at Illusionary Mask and realizing we already have rules for how face down creatures work. Why don't we just apply that to Illusionary Mask and have it work the same way? So rather than having two different types of face down creatures, Illusionary Mask at that point wasn't even like a 0/0 or 0/1 or anything like that. I think at one point they considered making it a 0/1. So it would actually be a creature that had, toughness. So it would actually stay in play. But if you take a look at the actual wording on the card, it says nothing about its power or toughness. So Wizards of the Coast eventually decide it's already a creature, it's face down, it's said face down. Why don't we just take the rules for face down creatures that we use for morphs and apply it here? So it's now a 2/2 creature. This is why the Oracle text says it's a 2/2 creature. There are reasons to play cards like this. This is commonly for things like Torpor Orb. Like if you have creatures that have got annoying come into play abilities that you want to bypass, um, yeah, Illusionary Mask was the go-to for a long time. And in fact, saw actually a decent amount of play in Legacy and Vintage for a long time. To combine with this beastie, Phyrexian Dreadnought, which is a 1 mana 12/12 trample. When it comes into play, sacrifice same creature's total power 12 or more, or bury, Phyrexian Dreadnought. But that's a when it comes into play ability, which means it's a triggered ability, which means you can respond to it. So, what if you stifle the trigger? Yeah, if you stifle the trigger, counter target activated or triggered ability. Oh, look. That Phyrexian Dreadnought has a triggered ability. Nope. I mean, if you look at what's on Arena, for example, you'll see people playing, this Stifle in combination with cards like Lotus Field. Yeah. Not silly at all. Combine that with any creature that's like a really big creature, but it's got a really annoying come into play ability. Leveler, 5 mana 10/10. Comes into play, remove your library from the game. So exile your library. What? Yeah. Illusionary Masks lets you bypass that. So, again, this is one of those cards that's like, if you have one, and you want to build a deck that has cards that have like an annoying, it could be an additional cost to cast a thing. Actually, what does it say about addition? Beep 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 beep. Huh. Okay. So that's interesting. That X has to be. I mean, I was thinking trample, but yes. Um, Illusionary Mask feels like. Okay. Illusionary Mask, the mana that you spent had to have been able to cast what you casting face, because you are casting the card face down. So you actually are casting it. But I think because it's cast face down, I don't think you have to do additional costs. Know what? I am going to go ask about that real quick. Boop. Uh, seriously? Alright. Um, come on. I'm just double checking on that one because that is a. I mean, that's the corner case with a weird card that I'm looking at. But if people ever get stuck in for rules help, this is always a if that additional cost is cost from the creature itself, you don't need to pay it since you're casting it face down. Yeah, this is always a great resource to keep your eyes open on. There's almost always somebody online that can give an answer back relatively quickly. Partly depends on, time of day and all that stuff, but but yeah. So I just got told that if you're casting face down through illusionary mask and the creature that you're trying to cast has an additional cost built in, you don't have to pay that cost. So there. So Arbiter of Woe. I mean, that's probably a bad example. Enters. Okay. This is probably a decent enough example. I mean, it's a 7-cent card that you're using a, $100 and whatever dollar card to play. But I cast it face down for 2 mana. Apparently, from what I saw in the rulings, you have to be able to support this 2 mana, this specific 2 mana, with what you cast. But you can overpay. So you have to at least be able to put in green +1. Phyrexian Negator, which was black +2, you could play, you could pay like triple black or whatever. But you have to be able to legally pay for it. Or sacrifice whatever, or deal with whatever penalties apply. But, yeah. Illusionary Mask, I think, is still playable. Oh, yeah, the Groff? Yeah, good old Groff. Nothing beats Groff. Freaking 5/4 for 2 mana, dude. Oh, yeah, and then there's the. Isn't there a white variant that puts a +1 counter on it? No? Um. Return Triumphant. Sorry, I'm a little too fast for that. uh, am I? Oh. There we go. Recommission. Return target artifact or creature card mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. If a creature enters this. Yeah. Recommission. I recommissioned a Biograph. It's now a 6/5. Jolted Awake would actually work. You don't need any extra energy. You get 2 energy. And then you can pay 2 because the Graph is a 2-drop. Oh man, that's hilarious. Jolted Awake and Recommission. Return Triumphant you could do, but its toughness is going to be the roll isn't going to do anything useful. One, two. Okay. So there are 3 cards that you can use to reanimate a Biograph in white that are like 1 or 2 mana. Let's see here. The Hive, at least back in the day, was probably the most cost efficient way to get a decent flying creature. For varying definitions of decent, like it had power and toughness. It wasn't like a 0/1 or whatever. Um, there's probably better now, but I mean, it's still like even though it costs a lot to cast and activate, it's still decent. It's not awful. Throne of Bone we covered. Giant Tome. There's much better now. There's Arcane Encyclopedia, which is the exact same, but it's 3 to cast and 3 tap to draw. If they ever turn around and make that common. There are other cards that you can use to draw a card that are better costed than what Giant Tome is. In fact, one of my favorite right now. It's not legal in Pauper, but it is a common. And people do not play this enough. 3 mana artifact, tap for any color. 4 tap. Each player who controls a permanent named Bonder's Ornament draws a card. If you're the only one at the table playing this card, it's a manaless that can occasionally get you extra cards. Yeah. Oh, no. They played enough in Pauper. I'm talking about Commander here. I have it in, like, these are the, well, I'm missing one. These are the commons only Commander decks. Not Pauper Commander, just commons only. That I have built. You know, they're 100 card Commander decks. It's just, I'm restricting myself strictly to commons. And yeah, because I'm not restricting myself to Pauper, and I'm not restricting I'm only using the Commander ban list. Bonder's Ornament is, is fair game, and it is in, like, I think it's in each one of these decks, and I think it made it. I've got 4 more decks sitting here that are not, that are not commons only, and I think in at least one of these it also made it in. Oh yeah, another card that I find is great for, that is a great common, at least for purposes of Commander, is this guy. Because a lot of the cards that I'm looking for to eat stuff from a graveyard only do like one, or it's only like a one shot effect. And then I see Honored Heirloom, and it's like it does this every turn. Every turn I can eat another one. Every turn I can eat another one, and then another one, and then another one. So by once you start not needing the mana anymore, okay, well, just start eating your graveyard, and then no, you can't reanimate that. No, you're not allowed. No, stop that. And I only found out about some of these cards because, well, because of these things that I've been building. uh, Living Wolf feels like one of those cards that you really primarily want to put in a deck just because of like the visual of it. By 4 mana, like it's a 0/6 that can regenerate, but it's a wall. I th- I think you basically want to play this because of the visual aesthetic, or you know some other flavor reason. I think if you're looking at a card like this in terms of like actual, you know, playability, in terms of like cards that are a given cost and a given size with given abilities, yada yada, I think you probably are looking somewhere else. uh, Juggernaut, 4 mana, 5/3, has to attack each turn, can't be blocked by walls. Um, Again, if somebody is playing with a tribal deck or some other deck that has whatchamacallit, Maskwood Nexus or a similar card that gives all creature types, you play Juggernaut and they cannot block it because they have all creature types, which also includes walls, which suddenly means they can't block it. Again, might be worth a consideration in certain decks against in certain groups. Actually got to be strong enough at one point that it got banned for in tournament play. I can't remember if it was banned or restricted. Like, this is decades ago. This is 25 plus years ago. It was apparently too good. um Hell of Chatsuk. That discussion we had earlier about banning. Uh, 1 tap, target creature gains banning till end of turn. Generally used defensively. However, occasionally being able to just turn around. Hey, cool. I can add this creature to my band to attack now. Occasionally worth it. Force Field. I think this is worth playing. Holy cow. Except it's almost 500 US. If you're willing to put a $500 card into your deck, you combine this with something like Urza's Armor, and you can just go, cool. How many are you attacking with? Oh, you're attacking with like 12 creatures? Okay, I tap 12 mana. And then between the two cards, you prevent all the damage because this would apply. You apply this one first, and then you apply yours as armor to prevent the last point of damage. Jade Monolith. Oh, hello. That says target creature, not target creature you control. Oh, you can redirect any damage to any one creature to yourself. Now, most of the time, there aren't going to be times when you want to do that, but there are. You know what? I would not say no to this. I would find this an interesting card to play. Jade Monolith. Just adding. Wow, that's hilarious. So, okay. Oh, guess what? Your general's not dying. It's taking 7. I'll take the 7. Your general stays land. But I want it to die. Well, you're going to have to find another way now. Yeah. Yeah, you control some people really hard with that card. Copper Tablet. Back during, I want to say was 9th edition. I had an idea, which scared a lot of people. Generally assumes that's a bad plan. Anyway, they were printing, they were like, again, up until 10th edition inclusive, all the core sets were just reprints. And I was looking through what was in Unlimited and thinking about how powerful some of the cards were. Some of them are really powerful. Some of them are meh. This felt to me like the border. This felt to me like once you print this, anything more powerful than this was going to be crossing that line into an actual, into the more powerful cards. They never reprint, Mox Jet or, Soul Ring or stuff like that in standard. But this felt like once you go over this, then you're starting to hit like the bigger, scarier stuff. Like, are we reprinting Mana Vault, for example? Which, let's see here. Try and find a good example of what I'm. No. Wonder Orb? Nope. Huh. Oh. There we go. It'll say here part of the reserved list. Reserve list, obviously cards that they have decided they are not going to reprint in a tournament legal playable form. Copper Tablet, not on the reserved list. Cards on the reserved list. Cyclopean Tomb, Illusionary Mask, Forest Field, Gauntlet of Might. Out of the stuff that's still legal in Commander, of course. Yeah, that felt like the dividing line. Also, incidentally, Copper Tablet feels like one of those cards that if you decide you want to build, say, a Darien King of Kildor deck, which used to be talked about a lot and then just kind of went, radio silence sort of thing. Copper Tablet should be in consideration for that deck. Whenever you're dealt damage, you may create that many 1 white soldier creature tokens. 6 mana for a 3/3. But he's going to start making more tokens every time you take damage from anything. At the beginning of your upkeep, take a damage and get a free soldier. That deck also tends to run cards like Ancient Tomb, which can cast Copper Tablet, etc., etc. I sketched out a starting point for a list. For a mono white burn deck. Cold Snap makes people take damage on their turn for having snow-covered lands. Arkham's Weatherline Vein turns lands from snow into non-snow or non-snow into snow. Karn Silver Golem is there to animate the Weather Vein, so then you can use Voltaic Construct to untap it. And Sun Titan is there to bring Cold Snap back because it's got cumulative upkeep of 2. At some point, you're going to not pay the upkeep, at which point Sun Titan comes down and brings it back into play. Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth plus Karma to deal damage equal to the number of swamps. So, damage equal to the number of lands. Stern Judge is basically another Karma. Companion of the Trials can untap Stern Judge. It can also untap instead of Voltaic Construct, it can untap the Arkham's Weather Vein once it's been activated. But you have to have a Gideon in play. So I run Gideon of the Trials so I can't lose the game, and then Gideon Blackblade seem to be the next best Gideon for this context. A suite of cards that can redirect damage. Acacian Javelineers, Monoscaling, Triscaling, Walking Ballista, and Heliod Suncrowned. These 3 all combine with Heliod. I think I can use Triskelivus at the same time. Grateful Apparition, Metastatic Evangel, Unbounded Potential, Wanderer's Strike are all there to proliferate, as is Karn's Bastion, to give all these guys extra counters, as well as other stuff like, the Gideons up here and whatnot. Equal Treatment turns around and says if something would deal at least 1 damage, it's going to deal 2 in cantrips. So that turns So that turns, the Walking Ballista Heliod Suncrown into faster damage because I remove one counter and deal 2 damage. Fire and Brimstone, 4 damage to attacking player plus myself. Occasion Money Changer is going to deal 3 damage to me when it comes into play, but I'll eventually gain that life back. Prior Guilty Conscience combo with Stuffy Doll, as well as the Phyrexian Vindicator that's up further up. These guys have come to play deal damage to opponents. This can turn around and just, once my artifacts have enough counters on them, it deals 10 damage at the end of turn to each opponent. Suture Priest burns my opponent for having creatures. These 4 I'll give creatures to my opponents. Life gain, life gain. Search, search, search. Remove counters from stuff. Remove counters from stuff. These are all here to generate extra mana. Thematic Compass, what do you do on the other side again? Spires of Raska. Oh yeah, you're the Maze of Eth on the other side. This also uses counters, so at some point I'm going to tap, proliferate there. And then lands that do stuff. A handful of lands to gain life, because I'm going to be dealing some amount of damage to myself. And let's see here. Okay. Gain life, gain life, gain life, gain life. Damage to myself, damage to myself, damage to myself, damage to myself. Extra mana. Damage prevention. Maze of Ith. Damage prevention. Maze of Ith. Maze of Ith. 22 basics. But yeah. Like I was saying, I figured once we hit Copper Tablet, anything beyond that was going to be, like, really powerful. And getting scary. Probably fine in general for Commander. Again, the sort of card that you're going to want in a thing like Darien to get it. Just get a free token every turn. Dingus Egg. You could run Dingus Egg. I don't think I would, because that relies on lands getting blown up, and if you're not playing with lands getting blown up, if you're not playing Armageddon or whatever, or say a vaguely reasonable number of Strip Mine, Wasteland, Ghost Quarter, Demolition Field, effects, etc., then I wouldn't bother with this. You have to have enough. You have to have enough LD to make this worthwhile. Gauntlet of Might. Oh my god, 500 US. I wish I still had mine. I had one like 20 years ago. 20, 30 years ago was like $80. Yeah. Affects everybody. But red creatures getting +1/+1 and mountains getting an extra red is a lot. Also, I really like that art. Also, sadly, Christopher Rush is not with us. God damn it. Yeah. Well, it wasn't 30 years ago. 20 years ago? 20 years ago? 25? I don't know. I'm also talking Canadian dollars. 500 US is somewhere around 700 Canadian. So 80. So we're talking a factor of around 9. But yeah. Uh, Corma Spell. There are two ways to play Corma Spell. One is being nice and making things fun and interesting, and the other is being a complete dick. If you want to be a complete dick, all you have to do is turn around and say, hey, by the way, creatures my opponents control get some kind of minus on their toughness. Now, you know, Elish Norn Grand Celebite is, the easiest way to do this. Corma Spell in of itself, though, I mean, that could that combined with like Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth. Let's make things interesting. Sure, creatures now, lands now have to deal with summoning sickness. But now you can attack with your lands. So can everybody else. It's fine. I think people just got to be careful with that one. Glasses of Urza. Again, mono artifact, which means tap to use it. Look at target player's hand. Doesn't sound like it does a lot, but it does. I think it does more than it appears. Because Glasses of Urza gives you information. Is it safe for me to cast a spell? Is it a good idea for me to attack? What, with respect to the glasses? Yeah, like you get the information. Yeah. Because it says look at target player's hand. You're not revealing it to the entire table. You can tell the table what what they've got. But are you necessarily going to be truthful about what you have? Or what your opponent has, rather. If I look at somebody else's hand, I could say, okay, well, he's a blue player. Well, he's playing Psionic Blast. Who plays Psionic Blast realistically? I mean, again, one of those cards should see more play. And I really should have found a home for it in my mono blue ramp deck, and I forgot about it, and I'm very sad about that. But yeah, you could say the blue player's got Psionic Blast, and maybe that'll make one of the other players go, well, maybe I should attack them instead. You can make MTG into Monopoly. I will tell you what the other guy has if you don't attack me. Yep. I can't think what the word I want for that is, but oh yeah, politics. Yeah, he's got yeah. um Blackface, again, one of those cards that only works against an individual, but we are talking the sort of cards that you can choose, different people, different games. And if you've got a way to get it back, which if you're playing with Black Vice in Commander, you probably should have a way to get it back because at some point, somebody's going to die. And if that ends up being the person that you targeted, that you chose when it came into play, you're going to want somebody else to direct it at. But this is one of those cards that makes them take damage for having more cards in hand. And it punishes people that are relying a bit much on Reliquary Tower and Thought Vessel and the like. If you've got I think if you've got one or two cards that say you've got no maximum hand size, that's probably fine. I think if you go more than two, it might be a bit much because especially if you've got a decent amount of card draw somehow. And then you start hitting DFCs. Seagate. Oh, what do you call it? Seagate Restoration? Yeah, Seagate Restoration. If you've got that and the and Reliquary Tower and Thought Vessel and I forget what the other one. Oh, Decanter Ventless Water. And I'm gonna start going. Maybe I should bring Black Vice next time. Yeah. Icy Manipulator. Historically, always been good. Back in the day would combo with Royal Assassin to go, oh, I'm going to tap down your creature. And now that it's been tapped down, I'm going to blow it up because it's now a tapped creature. And Royal Assassin blows up tapped creatures. Can tap down. I mean, it won't do anything useful against equipment, but it will stop artifact. It is still somewhat useful against vehicles. Lands. I mean, if somebody's playing with Urza's Saga, you could tap the Saga on their upkeep and make them have to make decisions or at the end of their turn. So they don't have the ability to do stuff with it during during the next turn cycle. It still has uses, and part of the reason why it costs 4 to cast is it has flexibility. It's a card that stays in play and has flexibility. Oh yeah, and then there's this art, and then when we went to Ice Age, it got this art, which is hilarious. Anka Mishra. If you've got people that are playing too many fetch lands or too much land ramp, because playing some amount of cultivate effects and so on and so forth is one thing. But if you've got people that are constantly, by turn 5, they've got 10 lands in play. Or they've got, perfect mana because they've fetched every turn. Anka Mishra will do a lot of work. And even if they don't, it's not unreasonable for this to take, 6 points out of each player before, before it's dealt with. Which for 2 mana, I think is pretty good. Library of Link. Speaking of no maximum hand size, um, allows you to discard cards back to the top of your library. I.e., if you would discard a card, instead of discarding it to your graveyard, you discard it back on top of your deck. If this card is random, you may look at card before deciding where you discard it. It did have a weird interaction with one of the versions of Chandra. Chandra, one of the Chandras had, like, if a red card, what was it? If a red card was discarded, no. Pretty sure it was a Chandra. Yeah, if a red card is discarded this way. If you discard a non-red card, Chandra doesn't deal any damage. I think since the card goes directly to the library, the card is not revealed unless the spell or ability requiring the discard specifically says it is. I believe that means that if you discard because of Chandra's ability, since the card is not revealed, you cannot show that it's a red card. So therefore, no damage is dealt. Anyway. Yeah, that being said, Library of Ling, I don't really seeing much Commander play at all. I mean, again, you have no maximum hand size, but if that's all you want, then you can play Spellbook. But Library of Ling, for an extra mana, gives you an extra ability. Oh! Might be useful against decks that have wheel effects and stuff like that if you don't want to get rid of your hand. Oh! If an effect causes you to discard a card, discard it, but you may put it on top of your library instead of to your graveyard. So if I've got a hand of 7 and somebody casts Wheel of Fortune, which says discard, each player discards their hand and then draws 7 cards. If I've got a hand of 7, I could discard 3 of them to the graveyard, the other 4 back on top of my deck, and then draw 7, which would be the 4 that I tossed on top of my deck, and then 3 new ones. Okay. So Library of Leng. Library of Leng would be good against wheel effects and similar. Okay. No. Because for Force of Will, you exile the card. You may pay 1 life. Yeah. Foil, on the other hand. I still wonder why foil doesn't. Well, let me rephrase that. I am not aware of foil seeing very much play in Pauper. Oh, so is Thwart legal? No, don't think so. No. It is a legal free counter spell in Pauper. I think you're probably not running a full playset. You're probably running like 1 or 2. But it's only 36 cents. Yeah, which is expensive for a common. The other price. You mean this one? No. Or maybe this one? Oh man. Imagine if this was legal in Pauper. Damage to each player equal to twice the number of non-basics that player controls. You've seen how many non-basics some of these decks end up with, right? Like I'll be watching Deluxekoff's stream and he'll be like, somebody will have like 5 or 6, yeah, 6 non-basics, a couple of bridges, a couple of artifact lands, maybe one or maybe a life gain land or something. And it's like, hey, by the way, 2 mana, take 10. What? But yeah, Library of Leng, I can see seeing playing in Commander. Meekstone. Creatures power 2 or power 3 or greater don't untap normally. Again, a build around card. You really want some way like a Chroma's Memorial to give your creatures vigilance. And or some way to untap your creatures on other people's turns. Seedborn Muse effects, etc., etc. Actually, I'm curious. Band, boop, noodle. selling balance, gain tripping, and the turn, counter plus, extra on taps. Alright, this particular deck, this is one of those decks that I'm building for when I have to be that guy, i.e., somebody's deciding they're going to be they don't want others to have fun, so I'm turning around and say, okay, I'm going to tell you no, in no uncertain terms. This is, I counterspell everything. And I have Teferi, who slows the sunset, whose ultimate says, I get an emblem with untap all permanents you control during each opponent's untap step, and you draw a card during each opponent's draw step. Mercfiend Leash, which untaps all my green and blue creatures during each other player's turn. And Seaborn Muse, which untaps all my permanents during each other player's turn. And most of my creatures are going to be green and or blue. And, yeah, these are counter spells that exile the spell instead. These return spells to owner's hand. These all counter your spell and draw a card, or sometimes counter an ability. These just say end the turn. These counter a spell and do a bit more. These two counter a spell or activated or triggered ability. This, instead of countering the spell, exiles the spell and lets me cast it without paying its mana cost. These are all creatures that have some kind of countering ability. And then, a few fetches, a few duels, a few more duels, a few more duels. My suite of, and a suite of like other lands to play with. Yeah, and this is me turning around and say, yeah, no, you're gonna be like that? Yeah, no, I'm saying no to you I'm saying no to you saying no. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Oh, wrong list. I already oh no, you're here. Yeah. But I can close that one. But yeah, this is a card that I play. Again, this is a card to build around. But this is not a I have to be that guy. Thankfully. Winter Orb. Again, requires some work to build around. If you insist on playing a Death or Taxes kind of deck, you probably want to play with Winter Orb. I wouldn't, but that's one person. Oh, with Winter Orb? Oh my god. Chandelier is such a great game. I was saying earlier how I crashed the game a couple of times. Well, more than a couple of times. You know about Time Vault. And I presume you also know about Animate Artifact. Yeah. Yeah. Animate Artifact, Time Vault. Instill Energy. So now I've got an infinite turn combo set up. But I have a more updated version of Chandelier, where it has more modern cards and some of the more modern rules applied. And I wanted something else that I could animate and something else I could instill energy on. So what happens if you animate artifact, oh, I don't know, Akroma's Memorial? Or instill energy on Colossus of Sardia? Yeah, computer not happy. Well, at least game not happy. I'm just going to sit there and take all the extra turns and smash down with the 7/7 vigilance that you can't stop. Oh yeah. And just untap my Colossus Astardia every turn, no big deal. Which has haste because I've got Necroma's Memorial out. Yeah. Game did not like that. Navenero's disc probably sees enough play based on what it is, how powerful it is, etc., etc. It's probably seeing the right amount of play. It's not one of those you should play it everywhere, but it's not one of those nobody plays it. It's if you don't see it in your play group, probably consider throwing a copy into one of your decks. But I wouldn't throw it in every. I wouldn't throw it in every deck. I had it in mono green control because I didn't have a green wrath effect, and then I got Azuri's predation, and then I was happy. Sure, it costs twice as much as you know, Navenero's disc. But it will kill a lot of things and leave behind a bunch of 4/4 bodies. Oh, Commander Masters when they turn around and start the. Yeah. But Navenero's disc is probably, like I said, if you don't see it in your play group, get your hands on a copy, throw it in. Oh, got a recent reprint too. Oh, yeah, you can get it in a few sets for under $1. uh, Howling Mine. Howling Mine is largely. So, Howling Mine being a symmetrical effect is one of those cards that, for example, if you're playing Zedru, you don't care who has control of the Howling Mine, it affects everybody equally. If you're playing some kind of, mill deck, Howling Mine and Font of Mythos making people draw extra cards and actually forcing them to draw extra cards is kind of hilarious. Because their library gets eaten that much faster, because if you've got Howling Mine and Font of Mythos in play, everyone's drawing 4 cards a turn. So, not completely unreasonably. 7 cards, so 100 cards, so 99. 7 cards drawn. Howling Mine, Haunt of Mythos, or Font of Mythos, and some kind of accelerant. You're looking. You're basically going from like a. You're going from a 90, you know, probably an 80 turn clock because people will find other ways to draw extra cards, to like a 20 turn clock because suddenly, well, probably more like 20, well, 22, 23 turn clock because suddenly they're drawing 4 extra cards a turn. And there are other cards that say, hey, by the way, everyone draws extra cards. Um, and I mean, draws extra cards, not just, target player draws an extra cards or wheel effects or whatever. Uh, Dictate of Crufix, I think, does it. Um, Kami of the Crescent Moon, I believe, does it. There's a few others that basically force everyone into drawing extra cards. Uh, Walking Atlas? No, not Walking Atlas. Uses charge counters. It's like tap to put a charge counter on it. And no, Endless. No, not Endless Atlas. I'm sure this is the wrong card. Yeah, that's the wrong card. Each player draws. Otherworld Atlas. I knew it was an Atlas, I just couldn't remember what it was called. Yeah. 4 tap, put a charge counter on it. Tap, each player draws a card for each charge counter on the Atlas. So there's lots of ways to make people draw extra cards. So if you're playing some kind of mill kind of strategy or or some kind of group head deck, Howling Mine is going to be on that list. Soul Ring we don't need to talk about. Mana Vault we don't really need to talk about apart from the fact that why, I mean, I understand why, but still. Checklist USD. The 4th edition printing is 55 US. Ultimate Masters, which is kind of cool art. Double Masters 22 are about $60. Revised is about that. 5th edition. 5th edition is more. That's pretty. What are you? Oh, Box Topper. Yeah. So. Oh, yeah, because it would tap for mana but wouldn't pay the. Wouldn't untap it. Yep. I was wondering what you're talking about. Right, you're still talking about Microprose. You're still talking about Chandelier. Yeah. But yeah, Mana Vault, basically colorless Dark Ritual, can slot into any deck easily enough. You just have to remember at some point you want to find a way to untap it. Again, Animate Artifact plus Instill Energy works if you need to. Basalt Monolith is... Basalt Monolith requires some effort to make work. But often it'll be like, you know, turn 2 or turn 3, cast the Monolith. Turn 4, play a 6-drop. You know, maybe you're crazy and you play, I don't know, Coveted Jewel. And then you tap the Coveted Jewel to untap the Monolith. And then, was that turn 5? You've got 9 mana available, assuming somebody hasn't taken the Jewel off you. But Basalt Monolith is going to require some work to make work. It's not hard, but it is going to take some effort. Or you could just play it fairly and just, you know, every other turn or so it taps for 3. But as a general rule, you would rather, again, general rule, you would rather pay an extra mana for Thran Dynamo. But if you do have a way to make really good use of this, you can use this to generate infinite mana. Because if you can have this 3 to activate reduced at all, or the 3 that it generates, this is the harder one, increased at all, Mana Reflection, Nyxbloom Ancient. Nyxbloom Ancient, if you tap a permanent for mana, it produces 3 times as much of that mana instead. This would tap for 9. You pay 3 of it to untap it. You've generated 6. That is probably the simplest, well, one of the simpler ways to do it. Historically, back in the day, you had access, and I don't know if it's legal or not. Nope, it's legal in Commander. Power Artifact. Enchanted artifacts activate abilities cost 2 less to activate. This 3 colon, that's an activated ability. Basalt Monolith enchanted with Power Artifact is tap for 3, 1 to untap. So 2 mana every cycle. And if you want, you can combine that with something like Gemstone Array. Spend that 2 mana to put a charge counter on the array. Remove the charge counter to get mana. Oh no. To get mana of any color. So, yeah. Basically, once through, you know, between those 3 cards, once through is I generate 1 mana of any color. So there are ways to break this. Which is probably why it sees as much Commander play as it does. But yeah. I think that is it for tonight. It is almost 2 o'clock in the morning. I started around 6 o'clock. Had to take a couple of short breaks, but I've been at this for like 8 hours. I am going to call it for the night. So, I think next week we'll be looking at Arabian and antiquities. Um, yeah, I will catch you guys later. So is the sun coming up now? Actually, the sun's probably already up now, isn't it? Uh huh. Go to bed. Or are you even going to manage to get any sleep? You mean like this? One of the earliest Journey to Nowhere effects. This and Oubliette. I don't think there was anything before that. Or, there's also this one. Before you turn into this, right? Go to bed. Hopefully see you next week. Hopefully see you this weekend. All right. Good night.